Which choice completes the text with the most logical and precise word or phrase? In the early 1800s, the Cherokee scholar Sequoyah created the first script or writing system for an indigenous language in the United States. Because it represented the sounds of spoken Cherokee so accurately, his script was easy to learn and thus quickly achieved blank use. By 1830, over 90% of the Cherokee people could read and write it. So a key point here is that by 1830, over 90% of the Cherokee people can read and write using this script. So the word in this blank must highlight how this script achieved wide usage. A. Widespread. This seems to be correct because widespread highlights how this script achieved wide usage, and the fact that 90% of Cherokee people can read and write using it supports this, so A seems to be correct. B. Careful. Careful implies caution or concern, but this wouldn't make sense in the context of this sentence, so B is incorrect. C. Unintended. This is incorrect because the script was easy to learn, and by 1830, 90% of Cherokee people could read and write using it, so this wasn't an unintended use, it was intended use, so C is incorrect. D. Infrequent. This is incorrect because infrequent implies that there was a rare usage of the script, but because there's over 90% of Cherokee people could read and write using it, it wasn't an infrequent use, it was a frequent use. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is A. Which choice completes the text with the most logical and precise word or phrase? Like the 1945 play it reimagines Federico Garcia Lorca's The House of Bernarda Alba, Marcus Gardley's 2014 play The House That Will Not Stand prominently features women. In both plays, the all-female cast blank an array of female characters, including a strong mother and several daughters dealing with individual struggles. So the word that best fits the blank would highlight how the all-female cast is made up of an array of female characters. So choice A says engulfs. This is incorrect because engulfs means encloses or overwhelms, but the all-female cast doesn't enclose or overwhelm an array of female characters. So A is incorrect. B. Encourages. Encourages means inspires with hope or courage, but the all-female cast doesn't inspire an array of female characters. So B is incorrect. C. Comprises. Comprises seems to be the correct answer because comprises means constitutes or is made up of, and the all-female cast is made up of an array of female characters, so C seems to be the correct answer. D. Provokes. This is incorrect because provokes means to incite, but the all-female cast doesn't incite an array of female characters, so D is incorrect, and the correct choice is C. Which choice completes the text with the most logical and precise word or phrase? During a 2014 archaeological dig in Spain, Vincent Lull and his team uncovered the skeleton of a woman from El Algar, an early Bronze Age society, buried with valuable objects signaling a high position of power. This finding may persuade researchers who have argued that Bronze Age societies were ruled by men to blank that women may have also held leadership roles. So the word that best fits here would highlight how researchers admitted that women also had held leadership roles. So choice A says wave. This is incorrect because wave means to refrain from insisting on something being observed, but in the context of this text this wouldn't make sense, so A is incorrect. B. Concede. This seems to be correct because concede means to accept or to admit, and this would make sense because it says that this finding may persuade researchers who have argued that Bronze Age societies were ruled by men to accept that women may have also held leadership roles, so B seems to be correct. C. Refute. This is incorrect because this would imply that Bronze Age societies were ruled only by men, but the evidence in the previous sentence highlights how women also held positions of power, so C is incorrect. D. Require. This is incorrect because require means to demand or to mandate, but in the context of this sentence, it wouldn't make sense. So D is incorrect. So the correct choice is B. As used in the text, what does the word endure most nearly mean? The following text is adapted from Oscar Wilde's 1895 play, The Importance of Being Earnest. Have we got to part? I am afraid so. It's a very painful parting. It is always painful to part from people whom one has known for a very brief space of time. The absence of old friends one can endure with equanimity, but even a momentary separation from anyone to whom one has just been introduced is almost unbearable. So endure here means to bear or to withstand. And choice A says regret. This is incorrect because regret means to feel sorrow for, but here endure does not mean to feel sorrow for, so A is incorrect. B, persist. This is incorrect because while endure does and can mean persist, in the context of this passage it doesn't make sense, because it says the absence of old friends one can persist with equanimity, so this doesn't make sense, so B is incorrect. C, tolerate. This seems to be correct because endure can mean tolerate, and in the context of this passage it makes sense. The absence of old friends one can tolerate with equanimity. So C seems to be the correct answer. D, encourage. This doesn't make sense in the context of this passage because it would imply the absence of old friends one can encourage with equanimity. So D is incorrect. So the correct answer is C. Which choice best states the main purpose of the text? The following text is from the 1924 poem Cycle by Darcy McNichol, who is a citizen of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes. There shall be new roads wending, a new beating of the drum. Men's eye shall have fresh seeing, grey lives reprise their span. But under the new sun's being, completing what night began, there'll be the same backs bending, the same sad feet shall drum. When this night find its ending, and day shall have come. So the main idea here is that there's a positive and a negative, and that this repeats, and this is a repetitive cycle. And this positive is that there will be new roads wending and a new beating of the drum. The negative, the same backs bending and the same sad feet shall drum. So the answer choices should reflect this main idea. Answer choice A says, to consider how the repetitiveness inherent in human life can be both rewarding and challenging. This seems to be correct because it highlights the both positive and negative aspects, the rewarding part and the challenging part, and how this repeats. So A seems to be correct. B, to question whether activities completed at one time of day are more memorable than those completed at another time of day. This is incorrect because the text doesn't highlight whether activities completed at one time are more memorable than those completed at another time. So B is incorrect. C, to refute the idea that joy is a more commonly experienced emotion than sadness is. This is incorrect because the text doesn't discuss or compare how joy to sadness, and from the text it more shows how joy and sadness are more equal. So C is incorrect. D, to demonstrate how the experiences of individuals relate to the experiences of their communities. This is incorrect because the text doesn't talk about experiences of individuals compared to the experiences of their communities. So the correct answer is A. Which choice best describes the function of the underlined portion in the text as a whole? The following text is from Charlotte Fortin Grimm's 1888 poem, At Newport. Oh, deep delight to watch the gladsome waves, exultant leap upon the rugged rocks, ever repulsed, yet ever rushing on, filled with a life that will not know defeat, to see the glorious hues of the sky and sea, the distant snowy sails glide spirit-like into an unknown world, to feel the sweet enchantment of the sea thrill all the soul, clearing the clouded brain, making the heart leap joyous as its own bright singing waves. So these two lines describe the waves, describing them as being ever repulsed, yet ever rushing on, so that they're constantly moving forward, but they're always being stopped. So choice A says, it portrays the surroundings as an imposing and intimidating scene. This is incorrect because while it is describing as imposing, it isn't correct to describe it as intimidating, because intimidating has a negative connotation, but the whole scene is described positively. So A is incorrect. B, it characterizes the sea waves as relentless and enduring force. This seems to be correct because the two sentences do say that the sea waves are ever repulsed, yet ever rushing on, so this can be described as being relentless or enduring. So B seems to be the correct answer. C, It conveys the speaker's ambivalence about the natural world. This is incorrect because the two sentences describe the waves, not the speaker's feelings one way or another toward the natural world. So C is incorrect. D. It draws a connection between the sea's waves and the speaker's thoughts. This is incorrect because the two sentences simply describe the waves, not the speaker or his thoughts. So D is incorrect, and the correct choice is B. Which choice best describes the overall structure of the text? The following text is adapted from Afra Ben's 1689 novel, The Lucky Mistake. Atlanta and Ronaldo are neighbors who have been secretly exchanging letters through Charlotte, Atlanta's sister. Atlanta gave this letter to Charlotte, who immediately ran into the balcony with it, where she still found Ronaldo in a melancholy posture, leaning his head on his hand. She showed him the letter, but was afraid to toss it to him, for fear it might fall to the ground. So he ran and fetched a long cane, which he cleft at one end, and held it while she put the letter into the cleft, and stayed not to hear what he said to it. But never was man so transported with joy as he was at reading of this letter. It gives him new wounds, for to the generous nothing abides love so much as love. So option A says, it describes the delivery of a letter, and then portrays a character's happiness at reading that letter. This seems to be correct, because the first two sentences describe how the letter was delivered, and then the last sentence describes how the character felt after reading that letter. So A seems to be the correct choice. B. It establishes that a character is desperate to receive a letter, and then explains why another character has not yet written that letter. This is incorrect because although the character is desperate to receive a letter, the other character has written the letter, it's just being delivered. So B is incorrect. C. It presents a character's concerns about delivering a letter, and then details the contents of that letter. This is incorrect because the text doesn't detail the content of that letter. So C is incorrect. D. It reveals the inspiration behind a character's letter, and then emphasizes the excitement that another character feels upon receiving that letter. This is incorrect because in the text it doesn't discuss the inspiration behind a character's letter. It simply says that they wrote the letter and gave it to Charlotte. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is A. What choice best states the main idea of the text? The following text is adapted from Frances Hodgson Burnett's 1911 novel, The Secret Garden. Mary, a young girl, recently found an overgrown hidden garden. Mary is an odd, determined little person, and now she had something interesting to be determined about. She was very much absorbed, indeed. She worked and dug and pulled up weeds steadily, only becoming more pleased with her work every hour, instead of tiring of it. It seemed to her like a fascinating sort of play. So choice A says, Mary hides in the garden to avoid doing her chores. This is incorrect, because the text doesn't say that she hides in her garden, and neither does it say that she does it to avoid doing her chores. So A is incorrect. B. Mary is getting bored with pulling up so many weeds in the garden. This is incorrect because it says here that she becomes more pleased with her work every hour instead of tiring of it. So she's not getting bored, she's becoming more fascinating with it. So B is incorrect. C. Mary is clearing out the garden to create a space to play. This is incorrect because she doesn't clear out the garden to create a space to play. Her clearing out the garden is a sort of play for her. So C is incorrect. D. Mary feels very satisfied when she's taking care of the garden. This is correct because it says that she becomes pleased with her work every hour, and that she's pulling up weeds steadily. So she's taking care of the garden while being more fascinated and pleased with it. So D. Mary feels very satisfied when she's taking care of the garden is correct. So the correct choice is D. What choice best states the main idea of the text? Believing that living in an impractical space can heighten awareness and even improve health, conceptual artists Madeline Jins and Shusaku Arakawa designed an apartment building in Japan to be more fanciful than functional. A kitchen counter is chest-high on one side and knee-high on the other. A ceiling has a door to nowhere. The effect is disorienting but invigorating. After 4 years there, filmmaker Nobu Yamakoa reported significant health benefits. So choice A says, Although inhabiting a home surrounded by fanciful features, such as those designed by Jinns and Arakawa, can be rejuvenating, it is unsustainable. This is incorrect because although it is described as being rejuvenating or invigorating, the text doesn't describe the home design as being sustainable or not. So A is incorrect. B. Designing disorienting spaces like those in the Jinns and Arakawa building is the most effective way to create a physically stimulating environment. This is incorrect because although it does say that living in an impractical space can heighten awareness, it doesn't say this is the most effective way to create a physically stimulating environment. So B is incorrect. C. As a filmmaker, Yamakawa has long supported the designs of conceptual artists such as Jinns and Arakawa. This is incorrect because the focus of the text isn't on Yamakawa's views of the designs, it's more so on the fact that living in impractical spaces can heighten awareness and improve health. So C is incorrect. D. Although impractical, the design of the apartment building by Jinns and Arakawa may improve the well-being of the building's residents. This seems to be correct because the first sentence itself shows that living in impractical space can heighten awareness and improve health, and the rest of the passage supports this. So D is the correct choice. What choice best states the main purpose of the text? The following text is from Maggie Pogue Johnson's 1910 poem, Poet of Our Race. In this poem, the speaker is addressing Paul Laurence Dunbar, a black author. Thou, with a stroke of mighty pen, hast told of joy and mirth, and read the hearts and souls of men as cradled from their birth. The language of the flowers, thou hast read them all, and in the little book responded to thy call. So choice A says, to praise a certain writer for being especially perceptive regarding people and nature. So this seems to be correct because here it says, and read the hearts and souls of men, and he knows the language of the flowers. So it shows that he comprehends a great deal, or is perceptive, regarding people and nature. So A seems to be the correct answer. B. To establish that a certain writer has read extensively about a variety of topics. This is incorrect because in the passage it doesn't explicitly say that the writer has read extensively about a variety of topics, and it more focuses on his perceptive abilities. So B is incorrect. C. To call to attention to a certain writer's careful and elaborately detailed writing process. This is incorrect because the main purpose of the text is to praise the author, and the text doesn't discuss the writer's careful and elaborately detailed writing process. So C is incorrect. D. To recount fond memories of an afternoon spent in nature with a certain writer. This is incorrect because nothing in this text suggests that they're recounting fond memories of an afternoon spent in nature with a certain writer. So D is incorrect, and the correct choice is A. Which quotation from To You most effectively illustrates the claim? To You is an 1856 poem by Walt Whitman. In the poem, Whitman suggests that he deeply understands the reader, whom he addresses directly, writing blank. So the claim here is that Whitman deeply understands the reader and that he addresses them directly. So choice A says, your true soul and body appear before me. This seems to be correct because here it shows that he directly addresses the reader by saying your, and it shows that he also deeply understands the reader by saying that he sees his true soul and body appear before him. So A seems to be the correct answer. B. Whoever you are, now I place my hand upon you, that you be my poem. This is incorrect because while it does address the reader directly, it doesn't show that he deeply understands the reader. So B is incorrect. C. I should have made my way straight to you long ago. This is incorrect for the same reason as B, because although it does directly address the reader, it doesn't show that he deeply understands the reader. D. Whoever you are, I fear you are walking the walks of dreams. This is incorrect because although it does directly address the reader, and it expresses a concern for the reader, this concern doesn't show that he deeply understands the reader. It's just mere concern for the reader. So the correct answer is A. Which choice best describes data from the table that supports the researcher's claim? A group of researchers working in Europe, Asia, and Oceania conducted a study to determine how quickly different Eurasian languages are typically spoken, in syllables per second, and how much information they can effectively convey, in bits per second. They found that although languages vary widely in the speed at which they are spoken, the amount of information languages can effectively convey tends to vary much less. Thus, they claim that two languages with very different spoken rates can nonetheless convey the same amount of information in a given amount of time. So the claim here is that two languages with different spoken rates can convey the same amount of information in a given time. So choice A says, among the 5 languages in the table, Thai and Hungarian have the lowest rates of speech and the lowest rates of information conveyed. This is incorrect for 2 reasons. Firstly, Thai and Hungarian don't have the lowest rates of speech. Vietnamese and Thai have the lowest rates of speech. And this doesn't support the researcher's claim, because it shows that the lowest rates of speech have the lowest information conveyed. So A is incorrect. B. Vietnamese conveys information at approximately the same rate as Spanish does, despite being spoken at a slower rate. This seems to be correct, because Vietnamese is spoken at a rate of speech of 5.3 syllables per second, and Spanish at 7.7 syllables per second, but the rate of information for Spanish is 42 bits per second, and for Vietnamese 42.5. So this shows that despite having different rates of speech, they convey approximately the same information per second. So this supports the claim, and so B seems to be the correct answer. C. Among the 5 languages in the table, the language that is spoken the fastest is also the language that conveys information the fastest. This is incorrect because this doesn't support the researcher's claim. D. Serbian and Spanish are spoken at approximately the same rate, but Serbian conveys information faster than Spanish does. This is incorrect because Serbian does not convey information faster than Spanish does. So the correct answer is B. Which choice best describes data from the graph that weakens the student's conclusion? To investigate the effect of lizard predation on spider populations, a student in biology class placed spiders in 2 enclosures, one with lizards and one without it, and tracked the number of spiders in the enclosure for 30 days. The student concluded that the reduction in the spider population count in the enclosure with lizards by day 30 was entirely attributable to the presence of the lizards. So the claim here is that the reduction in spider population in the enclosure with lizards was entirely due to the presence of the lizards. So A says the spider population count was the same in both enclosures on day 1. This is incorrect because this doesn't weaken the student's conclusion, it merely states a fact. So A is incorrect. B. The spider population count also substantially declined by the day 30 in the enclosure without lizards. This seems to be correct because this weakens the student's conclusion, because the student's conclusion is that the reduction in spider population was entirely attributable to the presence of lizards, but the fact that the spider population also substantially declined by day 30 in the enclosure without lizards shows that lizards weren't the only reason that the spider population decreased. So B seems to be the correct answer. C. The largest decline in the spider population count in the enclosure with lizards occurred from day 1 to day 30. This is incorrect because this doesn't weaken the student's conclusions, it merely states a fact. So C is incorrect. D. The spider population count on day 30 was lower in the enclosure with lizards than in the enclosure without lizards. This is incorrect because this doesn't weaken the student's conclusions, but the fact that the spider population in the enclosure without lizards decreased so substantially shows that the reduction in spider population wasn't entirely due to the presence of lizards. So D is incorrect, and the correct choice is B. Which choice most logically completes the text? Although military veterans make up a small portion of the total population of the United States, they occupy a significantly higher proportion of the jobs in civilian government. One possible explanation for this disproportionate representation is that military service familiarizes people with certain organizational structures that are also reflected in civilian government bureaucracy, and this familiarity thus blank. So choice A says, make civilian government jobs especially appealing to military veterans. So this seems to be correct, because the first sentence discusses how military veterans occupy a high proportion of the jobs in civilian government, and the second sentence serves to explain the reasons for this, and they say that the military service familiarizes people with these organizational structures that are also reflected in civilian government bureaucracy. So this familiarity thus makes civilian government jobs more appealing to military veterans, because they're already familiar with the certain organizational structures used. So A seems to be correct. B. Alters the typical relationship between military service and subsequent career preferences. This is incorrect, because subsequent career preferences here could refer to any career other than civilian government jobs, but this passage is only focused on civilian government jobs, so this is incorrect. C. Encourages non-veterans applying for civilian government jobs to consider military service instead. This is incorrect because the text does not discuss non-veterans at all, so C is incorrect. D. Increases the number of civilian government jobs that require some amount of military experience performed. This is incorrect because the text focuses on why the military veterans have a high proportion of jobs in civilian government, not that these jobs should require some amount of military experience. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is A. Which choice completes the text so that it conforms to the conventions of standard English? The city of Pompeii, which was buried in ash following the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 CE, continues to be studied by archaeologists. Unfortunately, as blank attest, archaeological excavations have disrupted ash deposits at the site, causing valuable information about the eruption to be lost. So a key point here is that there's no need for punctuation between the noun researchers and the noun phrase Roberto Scandone and Christopher Kilburn, because that would interrupt the flow of the passage. So A says, researchers, Roberto Scandone and Christopher Kilburn, This is incorrect because, as before, no punctuation is needed, because it would interrupt the flow of the passage. B. Researchers, Roberto Scandone and Christopher Kilburn. This is incorrect for the same reason as A, because no punctuation is needed here. C. Researchers Roberto Scandone and Christopher Kilburn. This seems to be correct because there is no punctuation, and it properly fits the text, making it say, as researchers Roberto Scandone and Christopher Kilburn attest. So C seems to be the correct answer. D. Researchers Roberto Scandone, and Christopher Kilburn. This is incorrect because no comma is necessary before the and. So D is incorrect. So the correct answer is C. Which choice completes the text so that it conforms to the conventions of standard English? Seneca sculptor Mary Watt's blanket art comes in a range of shapes and sizes. In 2004, Watt sewed strips of blankets together to craft a 10 by 13 inch blanket. In 2014, she arranged folded blankets in 2 large stacks and then cast them in bronze, creating 2 curving 18-foot tall blue-bronze pillars. So a key point here is that there's 2 independent clauses in the second sentence. The first being, in 2004, Watt sewed strips of blankets together to craft a 10 by 13 inch blanket, and the second being, in 2014, she arranged folded blankets into 2 large stacks, and then cast them in bronze, creating 2 curving 18-foot tall blue-bronze pillars. So the proper punctuation here would connect these 2 independent clauses. So choice A says, sampler, later, This is incorrect because a comma here would result in a comma splice, and later isn't a proper conjunction, so this improperly connects the 2 independent clauses. So A is incorrect. B. Sampler, semicolon. This seems to be correct because semicolon properly connects 2 independent clauses, and because the second clause still refers to the same topic as the first clause, a semicolon would fit here. So B seems to be the correct answer. C. Sampler, This is incorrect for the same reason as A, because a comma here would result in a comma splice, and because there's no conjunction, then it does not properly connect the 2 independent clauses. So C is incorrect. D. Sampler, later, This is incorrect because the same reason as C and A, because these commas will result in a comma splice, and later isn't a proper conjunction. So D is incorrect. And the correct answer is B. Which choice completes the text so that it conforms to the conventions of standard English? Gathering accurate data on water flow in the United States is challenging because of the country's millions of miles of blank. The volume and speed of water at any given location can vary drastically over time. So a key point here is that there are two coordinated noun phrases, the first being the country's millions of miles of waterways, and the second being and the fact. So when there's two coordinated noun phrases like this, no punctuation is needed because that would interrupt the flow of the passage. So choice A says waterways and the fact that, comma. This is incorrect because as before, no punctuation is needed, and generally commas don't appear after that. So A is incorrect. B. Waterways, comma, and the fact that, comma. This is incorrect because as before, no punctuation is needed, and these comma placements don't logically make sense. So B is incorrect. C. Waterways, comma, and, comma, the fact that. This is incorrect because the commas before and after and don't make sense, and that no punctuation is needed because it would interrupt the flow of the passage. So C is incorrect. D. Waterways and the fact that. No punctuation. So this seems to be correct because there's no need for punctuation here, as that would interrupt the flow of the passage, and because these are two coordinated noun phrases. So D is the correct answer. Which choice completes the text so that it conforms to the conventions of standard English? In assessing the films of Japanese director Akira Kurosawa, blank have missed his equally deep engagement with Japanese artistic traditions such as no theater. So a key point here is that the word after this comma here would highlight the noun of the phrase, and the noun here seems to be critics, because it is the critics that assess Kurosawa's theater. So choice A says, many critics have focused on Kurosawa's use of Western literary sources, but... So this seems to be correct because it properly puts critics after the comma, highlighting that the critics is the noun of the sentence, and the use of but properly shows how they use Western literary sources, but they don't regard the Japanese sources and traditions. So A seems to be the correct answer. B. Kurosawa's use of Western literary sources has been the focus of many critics, comma, who. This is incorrect because this results in a dangling modifier, where it implies that the Western literary sources are the ones that are assessing Kurosawa's work. But this is incorrect because it is the critics who are assessing it, not the Western literary sources. So B is incorrect. C. There are many critics who have focused on Kurosawa's use of Western literary sources, comma, but they. This is incorrect because like B, this results in a dangling modifier, where there is improperly placed right after the comma, and this would imply that it is there that are assessing Kurosawa's work, but this is not the case. So C is incorrect. D. The focus of many critics has been on Kurosawa's use of Western literary sources, semicolon, they. So this is incorrect because this, like B and C, results in a dangling modifier, where it implies that it is the focus of the many critics that assess the work of Kurosawa. Additionally, the semicolon placed here is not correct because it would improperly disrupt the flow of the sentence. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is A. Which choice completes the text so that it conforms to the conventions of standard English? Joshua Hinson, director of the Language Revitalization Program of the Chickasaw Nation in Oklahoma, helped produce the world's first indigenous language instructional app, comma, Chickasaw blank, Chickasaw TV in 2010, semicolon, and Rosetta language course in Chickasaw, comma, in 2015. So a key point here is that this is a complex series, meaning that each individual element must be separated by a semicolon. So choice A says basic, semicolon, in 2009, comma, an online television network, semicolon. This is incorrect because the semicolon usage here is incorrect, where the semicolon should be used after 2009 to show that the Chickasaw Basic was created in 2009, and there's no need for semicolon after network, because then that would incorrectly split the sentence an online television network, Chickasaw TV, in 2010. So A is incorrect. B. basic, semicolon, in 2009, comma, an online television network, comma. This is incorrect for the same reason as A, because there's no semicolon here after basic is incorrect, whereas it should be placed after 2009, and the comma here is incorrect because this is a complex series, so the elements must be separated by a semicolon, not a comma. So B is incorrect. C. Basic, comma, in 2009, semicolon, an online television network. This seems to be correct because the comma properly separates Jigsaw Basic from the time it was created in 2009. The semicolon properly separates the elements in the complex series, and the comma here properly separates the online television network Jigsaw TV in 2010. So C seems to be the correct answer. D. Basic, comma, in 2009, comma, an online television network, comma. This is wrong because it doesn't include any semicolons in the first place, and semicolons are needed to separate the elements in a complex series. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is C. Which choice completes the text so that it conforms to the conventions of standard English? A group of ecologists led by Axel Mithofer at the Max Planck Institute for Chemical Ecology in Germany examined the defensive responses of two varieties of the sweet potato, blank TN57, which is known for its insect resistance, and TN66, which is much more susceptible to pests. So a key point here is that there are two parts of this sentence. One is the main clause, which is from a group of ecologists to the sweet potato, and the supplementary phrase, which is from the TN57 to pests. So the supplementary phrase expands or elaborates on information introduced in the main clause, so the proper punctuation here would connect these two parts of the sentence. So option A says plant period. This is incorrect because if a period were to be placed here, then the second sentence would start from TN57, but the second sentence cannot start from this phrase. So A is incorrect. B. Plant semicolon. This is incorrect because a semicolon is used to connect two independent clauses, but in this case there's only one independent clause and one supplementary phrase, so a semicolon cannot be used here. C. Plant. This is incorrect because there's no punctuation to connect the main clause with the supplementary phrase, so C is incorrect. D. Plant colon. This is correct because a colon can be used to elaborate on information discussed earlier, and if it were to be used here, it would properly describe how the TN57 and TN66 are two varieties of the sweet potato, so D is the correct choice. What choice completes the text with the most logical transition? When, in the 1800s, geologists first realized that much of Earth had once been covered by great sheets of ice, some theorized that the phenomena was cyclical, occurring at regular intervals. Each ice age is so destructive, though, that it largely erases the geological evidence of its predecessor. Blank. Geologists were unable to confirm the theory of cyclical ice ages until the 1960s. So the second sentence discusses how the ice age is so destructive that it erases evidence of the preceding ice age. And the third sentence discusses how the geologists were unable to confirm the theory of cyclical ice ages until the 1960s. So the proper transition here would show how the information in the third sentence, that they were unable to confirm the theory of cyclical ice ages, was because the ice ages would destroy the evidence of its preceding ice age. So choice A says hence. This seems to be correct because hence correctly implies that the information in the third sentence is a consequence or a result of the information in the preceding sentence. So this makes sense. So A seems to be the correct answer. B. Moreover. This is incorrect because moreover implies that the information in this sentence, the third sentence, will be on the same topic of the information in the preceding sentence. But this would imply that the information in the third sentence is about the destructiveness of the ice age, but instead it's about how geologists were unable to confirm the theory of the cyclical ice ages until the 1960s. So B is incorrect. C. Nevertheless. This is incorrect because nevertheless implies that the information in the third sentence is disregarding the information in the previous sentence. But instead of this, the information in the third sentence is a consequence of the information in the second sentence. So C is incorrect. D. Next. This is incorrect because next implies that there is a process or a series of steps, but this is not true. because the third sentence is basically the consequence of the information in the second sentence. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is A. The student wants to compare the lengths of the two rail tunnels. Which choice most effectively uses relevant information from the notes to accomplish this goal? While researching a topic, a student has taken the following notes. The Seikan Tunnel is a rail tunnel in Japan. It connects the island of Honshu to the island of Hokkaido. It is roughly 33 miles long. The Channel Tunnel is a rail tunnel in Europe. It connects Folkestone, England to Coquelles, France. It is about 31 miles long. A. Some of the world's rail tunnels, including one tunnel that extends from Folkestone, England to Coquelles, France, are longer than 30 miles. This is incorrect because it does not compare the length of two rail tunnels, it just says that some of the rail tunnels are longer than 30 miles. So A is incorrect. B. The Seikan Tunnel is roughly 33 miles long, while the slightly shorter Channel Tunnel is about 31 miles long. This seems to be correct because it properly compares the length of two rail tunnels, the Seikan Tunnel, which is 33 miles long, and the Channel Tunnel, which is 31 miles long. And it says how the Seikan Tunnel is slightly larger, or the Channel Tunnel is slightly shorter than the Seikan Tunnel. So B seems to be the correct answer. C. The Seikan Tunnel, which is roughly 33 miles long, connects the Japanese islands of Honshu and Hokkaido. This is incorrect because, like A, it doesn't compare the lengths of two rail tunnels, and this answer choice simply says that the Seikan Tunnel is 33 miles long, and it connects two different places together. So C is incorrect. D. Both the Seikan Tunnel, which is located in Japan, and the Channel Tunnel, which is located in Europe, are examples of rail tunnels. This is incorrect because while it does discuss two rail tunnels, it does not compare their lengths. It simply says that it simply describes two examples of rail tunnels. So D is incorrect, and the correct choice is B. Student wants to specify the reason the Pleiades' appearance has changed. Which choice most effectively uses relevant information from the notes to accomplish this goal? While researching a topic, a student has taken the following notes. Ancient Native American and Australian Aboriginal cultures described the Pleiades star clusters as having 7 stars. It was referred to as the Seven Sisters in the mythology of ancient Greece. Today, the clusters appear to have only 6 stars. 2 of the stars have moved so close together that they now appear as one. So option A says, ancient Native American and Australian Aboriginal cultures described the Pleiades, which was referred to in Greek mythology of the Seven Sisters, as having 7 stars. This is incorrect because this does not specify the reason why the Pleiades' appearance has changed. It does not describe the appearance of the Pleiades, it only describes how it has 7 stars. So A is incorrect. B. Although once referred to as the Seven Sisters, the Pleiades' appears to have only 6 stars today. This is incorrect because although it describes how the Pleiades' appearance has changed, it does not specify the reason why its appearance has changed. So B is incorrect. C. In the time since ancient cultures described the Pleiades as having 7 stars, two of the cluster's stars have moved so close together that they now appear as one. This seems to be correct because it properly specifies the reason why the Pleiades' appearance has changed, which is that 2 of the cluster's stars have moved so close together that they now appear as one. So C seems to be the correct answer. D. The Pleiades has 7 stars, but 2 are so close together that they appear to be a single star. This is incorrect because this does not specify the reason why the Pleiades' appearance has changed. It simply says that they had 7 stars, but 2 of them appear so close together that it looks as one star. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is C. The student wants to emphasize fossil significance. Which choice most effectively uses relevant information from the notes to accomplish this goal? While researching a topic, a student has taken the following notes. Pinnipeds, which include seals, sea lions, and walruses, live in and around water. Pinnipeds are descended not from sea animals, but from 4-legged, land-dwelling carnivores. Canadian paleobiologist Natalia Ryszbinski recently found a fossil with 4 legs, webbed toes, and the skull and teeth of a seal. Ryszbinski refers to her rare find as a transitional fossil. The fossil illustrates an early stage in the evolution of pinnipeds from their land-dwelling ancestors. So choice A says, Canadian paleobiologist Natalia Rybinski's fossil has the skull and teeth of a seal, which, like sea lions and walruses, is a pinniped. This is incorrect because this does not emphasize the fossil's significance, it merely describes the fossil's characteristics. So A is incorrect. B. Pinnipeds are descended from four-legged land-dwelling carnivores. A fossil that resembles both was recently found. This is incorrect for the same reason as A, because it does not emphasize the fossil's significance, it merely describes pinnipeds' ancestry and shows how a fossil connects the pinnipeds to their ancestors. So B is incorrect. C. Having four legs but the skull and teeth of a seal, the rail fossil illustrates an early stage in the evolution of pinnipeds from their land-dwelling ancestors. This seems to be correct because this emphasizes the fossil's significance, which is that it represents an early stage in the evolution of pinnipeds from their land-dwelling ancestors. So C seems to be the correct answer. D. A transitional fossil was recently found by paleobiologist Natalia Rybinski. This is incorrect because it does not emphasize the fossil's significance, it merely describes the fossil as being a transitional fossil. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is C. The student wants to emphasize a difference between the two portraits. Which choice most effectively uses relevant information from the notes to accomplish this goal? While researching a topic, a student has taken the following notes. Gaspar Enriquez is an artist. He specializes in portraits of Mexican Americans. A portrait is an artistic representation of a person. Enriquez completed a painting of the sculptor Luis Jimenez in 2003. He completed a drawing of the writer Rodolfo Anaya in 2016. So choice A says, the portraits or artistic representations of Luis Jimenez and Rodolfo Anaya were both completed by Enriquez in the early 2000s. This is incorrect because this does not emphasize a difference between the two portraits. Rather, it shows a comparison or a similarity between the two, which is that they were both completed by Enriquez in the early 2000s. So A is incorrect. B. Enriquez has completed portraits of numerous Mexican Americans, including sculptor Luis Jimenez and writer Rodolfo Anaya. This is incorrect because this does not describe the difference between the two portraits. It simply states that Enriquez has completed portraits of numerous Mexican Americans. So B is incorrect. C. While both are by Enriquez, the 2003 portrait of Luis Jimenez is a painting, and the 2016 portrait of Rodolfo Anaya is a drawing. This seems to be correct because this does emphasize a difference between the two portraits, where one is a painting and the other is a drawing. So C seems to be the correct answer. D. Luis Jimenez was a Mexican-American sculptor, and Rodolfo Anaya was a Mexican-American writer. This is incorrect because this does not describe a difference between the two portraits. This shows a difference between the two people. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is C. The student wants to emphasize the role a misconception played in the naming of a place. Which choice most effectively uses relevant information from the notes to accomplish this goal? While researching a topic, a student has taken the following notes. Las Sergas de Esplandian was a novel popular in 16th century Spain. The novel featured a fictional island inhabited solely by black women and known as California. That same century, Spanish explorers learned of an island off the west coast of Mexico. They called it California after the island in the novel. The island was actually a peninsula now known as Baja California, Lower California, which lies to the south of the U.S. state of California. So choice A says, the novel Las Sergas de Esplandian featured a fictional island known as California. This is incorrect because this does not describe a misconception, nor does it describe the role of this misconception in the naming of a place. So A is incorrect. B. To the south of the U.S. state of California lies Baja California, originally called California after a fictional place. This, like A, is incorrect because it did not describe a misconception or how it played a role in the naming of a place. It simply describes Baja California and how it was called California before. So B is incorrect. C. In the 16th century, Spanish explorers learned of a peninsula off the west coast of Mexico and called it California. This, like A and B, is incorrect because it did not describe the role of a misconception in the naming of a place. So C is incorrect. D. Thinking it was an island, Spanish explorers called a peninsula California after an island in a popular novel. This is correct because it shows that the misconception is that the Spanish explorers thought it was an island, but it was actually a peninsula, and so this resulted in them calling it California after the popular island in a novel. So D is the correct answer. The student wants to emphasize a similarity between the two paintings. Which choice most effectively uses relevant information from the notes to accomplish this goal? While researching a topic, a student has taken the following notes. In 1851, German-American artist Emanuel Lutz painted Washington crossing the Delaware. His huge painting, 149 by 255 inches, depicts the first U.S. president crossing the river with soldiers in the Revolutionary War. In 2019, Cree artist Kent Monkman painted Mistikossiwak, Wooden Boat People, Resurgence of the People. Monkman's huge painting, 132 by 264 inches, was inspired by Lutz's. It portrays indigenous people in a boat rescuing refugees. So, answer choice A says Monkman, a Cree artist, finished his painting in 2019. Lutz, a German artist, completed his in 1851. This is incorrect because this does not describe a similarity between the two paintings. It simply describes how one painting was finished in 2019 and the other in 1851. So A is incorrect. B. Although Monkman's paintings was inspired by Lutz's, the people and actions the two paintings portray are very different. This is incorrect because this describes a difference between the two paintings rather than a similarity, and this is that the people and actions of the two paintings portray are very different. So B is incorrect. C. Lutz's and Monkman's paintings are both huge, measuring 149 by 255 inches and 132 by 264 inches, respectively. This seems to be correct because it shows that there's a similarity between the two paintings, which is that they're both very large. So C seems to be the correct answer. D. Lutz's paintings depicts Revolutionary War soldiers, while Monkman's depicts indigenous people and refugees. This is incorrect because this, like B, shows a difference between the two paintings rather than a similarity, which is that one painting depicts Revolutionary War soldiers while the other depicts indigenous people and refugees. So D is incorrect. The correct answer is C. Which choice completes the text with the most logical and precise word or phrase? In addition to being an accomplished psychologist himself, Francis Cecil Sumner was a blank, increasing the opportunity for black students to study psychology, helping to found the psychology department at Howard University, a historically black university, in 1930. So answer choice A says proponent of. This seems to be correct because proponent of could also mean supporter of, and Sumner was a supporter of increasing the opportunity for black students to study psychology because he founded the psychology department at Howard University. So A seems to be the correct answer. B. Supplement to. This is incorrect because supplement to means addition to, but Sumner wasn't an addition to increasing the opportunity for black students to study psychology, because this doesn't make sense in the context of this passage. So B is incorrect. C. Beneficiary of. This is incorrect because this would imply that Sumner received help from his own efforts. So C is incorrect. D. Distraction for. This is incorrect because it wouldn't make sense to say that Sumner was a distraction for increasing the opportunity for black students to study psychology because he founded the psychology department at Howard University. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is A. Which choice completes the text with the most logical and precise word or phrase? For her 2021 art installation, Anthem, Wu Sing joined forces with singer and composer Beverly Glenn Copeland to produce a piece that critics found truly blank. They praised Sing for creatively transforming a museum rotunda into a dynamic exhibit by projecting filmed images of Glenn Copeland onto a massive 84-foot curtain and filling the space with the sound of his and other voices singing. So answer choice A says restrained. This is incorrect because restrained implies limited or not extravagant or showy, but the critics found Sing's piece creative and emphasized how it transformed the museum rotunda into a dynamic exhibit, and it highlighted how there were huge images and there's lots of sounds, so restrained wouldn't make sense here. So A is incorrect. B. Inventive. This seems to be correct because inventive implies creativity, and the critics praised Tseng for her creativity as she transformed the museum rotunda into a dynamic exhibit. So B seems to be the correct answer. C. Inexplicable. This is incorrect because inexplicable implies that the critics could not describe or interpret the art installation, but the second part of the sentence, after the colon, shows how they praise Tseng for her creativity, and how they emphasize how there are huge images and lots of sounds. So inexplicable wouldn't make sense here. D. Mystifying. This is incorrect because the critics didn't find the art installation bewildering or perplexing. Instead, they praised it for being creative and inventive. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is B. Which choice completes the text with the most logical and precise word or phrase? Scholarly discussions of gender in Shakespeare's comedies often celebrate the rebellion of the playwright's characters against the rigid expectations blank by Elizabethan society. Most of the comedies end in marriage, with characters returning to their socially dictated gender roles after previously defying them, but there are some notable exceptions. So, choice A says interjected. This is incorrect because interjected implies that it's inserted between other things, but this would not make sense in the context of this text, so A is wrong. B. Committed. This is incorrect because committed implies entrusted to, but this would not make sense in the context of the passage, where it would say that scholarly discussions of gender in Shakespeare's comedies often celebrate the rebellion of the playwright's characters against the rigid expectations entrusted by Elizabethan society. So this does not make sense, so B is incorrect. C. Illustrated. This is incorrect because illustrated means clarified with examples, but the rebellion of the playwright's characters against the rigid expectations were not clarified with examples by Elizabethan society. They're more so laid down by. So C is incorrect. D. Prescribed. This is the correct answer because prescribed implies that these rigid expectations were rules laid down by Elizabethan society, which makes sense in this context. So D is the correct answer. Which choice completes the text with the most logical and precise word or phrase? The work of Kiowa painter T.C. Cannon derives its power in part from the tension among his blank influences. Classic European portraiture with its realistic treatment of faces, the American pop art movement with its vivid colors, and flat style, the intertribal painting style that rejects the effect of depth typically achieved through shading and perspective. So choice A says complementary. This is incorrect because complementary implies that the different influences work together or help each other out, but it clearly shows that there's tension among these different influences. So A is incorrect. B. Unknown. This is incorrect because this implies that these influences are unknown, but the second part of the sentence shows that there are three different influences: classic European portraiture, American pop art movement, and intertribal flat style. So these influences are known. So B is incorrect. C. Disparate. This seems to be correct because disparate implies that these influences are distinct and not similar, and this second part of the sentence proves this, where it describes the differences between the two, where European portraiture is realistic, the American pop art movement is vivid, and the intertribal flat style rejects the use of shading and perspective to achieve depth. So C seems to be the correct answer. D. Interchangeable. This is incorrect because the second part of the sentence emphasizes how these different influences are differing from one another, so it wouldn't make sense for these influences to be able to change places with one another. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is C. Based on the text, how would Graeber and One Girl, Text 2, most likely respond to the conventional wisdom presented in Text 1? Text 1. Conventional wisdom long held that human social systems evolved in stages, beginning with hunter-gatherers forming small bands of members with roughly equal status. The shift to agriculture about 12,000 years ago sparked population growth that led to the emergence of groups with hierarchical structures, associations of clans first, then chiefdoms, and finally bureaucratic states. So text 1 highlights how human social systems evolved in stages and in a linear progression, where there were first associations of clans, then chiefdoms, and then bureaucratic states. Text 2. In a 2020 book, anthropologist David Graeber and archaeologist David Wengrow maintain that humans have always been socially flexible, alternately forming systems based on hierarchy and collective ones with decentralized leadership. The authors point to evidence that as far back as 50,000 years ago, some hunter-gatherers adjusted their social structures seasonally, at times dispersing in small groups but also assembling into communities that included esteemed individuals. So text 2 highlights that human social systems were flexible, where they switched between different ones, sometimes based on hierarchy and other times on collective ones with decentralized leadership. So option A says, by conceding the importance of hierarchical systems, but asserting the greater significance of decentralized collective societies. This is incorrect because text 2 does not discuss how there's a greater significance of decentralized collective societies. Instead, it discusses how human social systems have been flexible. So A is incorrect. B. By disputing the idea that development and social structures have followed a linear progression through distinct stages. This seems to be correct because text A says that human social systems evolved in linear progression, whereas text 2 says that their social systems have been flexible, where they switch between different systems. So B seems to be the correct answer. C. By acknowledging the hierarchical roles likely were a part of social systems before the rise of agriculture. This is incorrect because text 2 does not say that hierarchical roles weren't part of the social system before the rise of agriculture. Instead, it points to the fact that there might have been hierarchical roles before the rise of agriculture. So C is incorrect. D. By challenging the assumption that groupings of hunter-gatherers were amongst the earliest forms of social structure. This is incorrect because the focus of text 2 is how human social systems have been flexible, not on how the groupings of hunter-gatherers were among the earliest forms of social structure. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is B. Which choice best states the main idea of the text? In 1934, physicist Eugene Wigner posited the existence of a crystal consisting entirely of electrons in a honeycomb-like structure. The so-called Wigner crystal remained largely conjecture, however, until Feng Wang and colleagues announced in 2021 that they had captured an image of one. The researchers trapped electrons between two semiconductors and then cooled the apparatus, causing the electrons to settle into a crystalline structure. By inserting an ultra-thin sheet of graphene above the crystal, the researchers could obtain an impression, the first visual confirmation of the Wigner crystal. So option A says, researchers have attained the most definitive evidence to date of the existence of the Wigner crystal. So the text highlights how the Wigner crystal was first posited in 1934, but it was mostly conjecture, until another group of scientists ran an experiment and obtained the first visual confirmation of the Wigner crystal. So the text emphasizes that this was the first visual confirmation of the Wigner crystal. So A seems to be the right answer. B. Researchers have identified an innovative new method for working with unusual crystalline structures. This is incorrect because the text discusses only the Wigner crystal, not other unusual crystalline structures. So B is incorrect. C. Graphene is the most important of the components required to capture an image of a Wigner crystal. This is incorrect because the text doesn't describe the importance of graphene, and neither does it describe the relative importance of the other components required to capture an image of the Wigner crystal. So C is incorrect. D. It's difficult to acquire an image of a Wigner crystal because of the crystal's honeycomb structure. This is incorrect because the text does not mention that it was difficult to acquire an image of the Wigner crystal because of the its honeycomb structure. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is A. According to the text, why was Wang and his team's discovery of the Pteropteris schiochensis fossil significant? For many years, the only existing fossil evidence of Mixopterid euripterids, an extinct family of large aquatic arthropods known as sea scorpions and related to modern arachnids and horseshoe crabs, came from 4 species living on the paleocontinent of Laurussia. In a discovery that expands our understanding of the geological distribution of mixopterids, paleontologist Bo Wang and others have identified fossilized remains of a new mixopterid species, Pteropteris shiosinensis, that lived over 400 million years ago on the paleocontinent of Gondwana. So the text here highlights how the previous fossil evidence of the mixopterids were from the paleocontinent of Laurussia, but the second sentence highlights how the new fossil expands their understanding of geological distribution of the mixopterids, highlighting that this new one lived on the paleocontinent of Gondwana. So option A says, your fossil constitutes the first evidence found by scientists that mixopterids lived more than 400 million years ago. This is incorrect because in the text it doesn't say that other mixopterids didn't live over 400 million years ago, so A is incorrect. B. A fossil helps establish that mixopterids are more closely related to modern arachnids and horseshoe crabs than previously thought. This is incorrect because, like A, the text doesn't say that this new fossil helps establish that these mixopterids are more closely related to modern arachnids and horseshoe crabs. So B is incorrect. C. The fossil helps establish a more accurate timeline of the evolution of mixopterids on the paleocontinents of Laurussia and Gondwana. This is incorrect because although it does show that the mixopterids lived on Gondwana and Laurussia, it doesn't say that there is an accurate timeline of evolution of the mixopterids from Laurussia to Gondwana. So C is incorrect. D. The fossil constitutes the first evidence found by scientists that mixopterids existed outside the paleocontinent of Laurussia. This seems to be correct because the first sentence highlights how the four previous fossils of mixopterids lived only on Laurussia, but the new fossil lived on the paleocontinent of Gondwana. So D is the correct answer. According to the text, what is true about Mother? The following text is adapted from Edith Nesbit's 1906 novel, The Railway Children. Mother did not spend all her time in paying dull visits to dull ladies, and sitting dully at home waiting for dull ladies to pay visits to her. She was almost always there, ready to play with the children and read to them, and help them to their home lessons. Besides this, she used to write stories for them while they were at school, and read them aloud after tea, and she always made up funny pieces of poetry for their birthdays and for other great occasions. So answer choice A says, she wishes that more ladies would visit her. This is incorrect because the first sentence says that she did not spend all her time in paying dull visits to dull ladies, or sit at home dully to wait for dull ladies to pay visits to her. So the text highlights that she thought the idea of visiting other ladies and them visiting her was dull and boring. So A is incorrect. B. Birthdays are her favorite special occasion. This is incorrect because although it does say that she made poetry on the children's birthday, it doesn't say that these were her favorite special occasion. So B is incorrect. C. She creates stories and poems for her children. This is incorrect because it says here, besides this, she used to write stories for them while they were at school and read them aloud after tea. And she always made up funny pieces of poetry for their birthdays and for other great occasions. So C seems to be the correct answer. D. Reading to her children is her favorite activity. This is incorrect for the same reason as B, because the text doesn't suggest that her reading to her children was her favorite activity. Rather, it does not compare any between her activities. So D is incorrect. And the correct answer is C. Which quotation from The Young Girl most effectively illustrates the claim? The Young Girl is a 1920 short story by Catherine Mansfield. In the story, the narrator takes an unnamed 17-year-old girl and her younger brother out for a meal. In describing the teenager, Mansfield frequently contrasts the character's pleasant appearance with her unpleasant attitude, as when Mansfield writes of the teenager, blank. So the claim here is that the character has a pleasant appearance but an unpleasant attitude. So the correct option should reflect this. So option A says, I heard her murmur, I can't bear flowers on a table. They had evidently been giving her intense pain, for she positively closed her eyes as I moved them away. This is incorrect for two reasons. One, it doesn't discuss her pleasant appearance, and two, it doesn't show her unpleasant attitude, where her dislike for flowers may just be that she doesn't like flowers, not that she has an unpleasant attitude. So A is incorrect. B. While we waited, she took out a little gold powder box with a mirror in the lid, shook the poor little puff as though she loathed it, and dabbed her lovely nose. This seems to be correct because it shows her pleasant appearance, as it says dabbed her lovely nose, and her unpleasant attitude, where it says that she shook the poor little puff as though she loathed it. So B seems to be the correct answer. C. I saw, after that, she couldn't stand this place a moment longer, and indeed she jumped up and turned away while I went through the vulgar act of paying for the tea. This is incorrect because, like A, it doesn't show her pleasant appearance, and although it does show her unpleasant attitude, where she doesn't like this place, and so C is incorrect. D. She didn't even take her gloves off. She lowered her eyes and drummed on the table. When a faint violin sounded, she winced and bit her lip again. Silence. This is incorrect because, like C, it doesn't show her pleasant appearance, although it does show her unpleasant attitude. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is B. Which choice best describes data from the table that support Barrett and Rayfield's suggestion? The largest tyrannosaurids, the family of carnivorous dinosaurs that include Tarbosaurus, Albertosaurus, and most famously Tyrannosaurus rex, are thought to have had the strongest bites of any land animals in Earth's history. Determining the bite force of an extinct animals can be difficult, however, and paleontologists Paul Barrett and Emily Rayfield have suggested that an estimate of dinosaurs' bite force may be significantly influenced by the methodology used in generating that estimate. So, the suggestion from Barrett and Rayfield is that the methodology significantly influences the estimate. So, option A says, the study by Mears used body mass scaling and produced the lowest estimated maximum bite force, while the study by Cost et al. Used muscular and skeletal modeling and produced the highest estimated maximum. This is incorrect because the study by Mears did not produce the lowest maximum estimated bite force. It actually produced the highest, which is from 183,000 to 235,000. And the one used by Cost et al. Wasn't the highest. It was more towards the middle, being 335,000 to 63,000. So A is incorrect. B. In this study, Gignac and Erickson used toe-spoon interaction analysis to produce an estimated bite force range with a minimum of 8,000 newtons and a maximum of 34,000 newtons. This is incorrect because this does not support the suggestion, where it says the suggestion being that the bite force is significantly influenced by the methodology used in generating that estimate. So B is incorrect. C. The bite force estimates produced by Bates and Falkingham and by Cost et al. Were similar to each other. So Bates and Falkingham, so 35,000 to 57,000, and Cost et al. 35,000 to 63,000. So yes, they are similar to one another. While the estimates produced by Mears and by Gignac and Erickson each differed substantially from any other estimate. So Gignac and Erickson had 8,000 to 34,000 bite force, and Mears was 183,000 to 235,000. And these two had different estimation methods. So C seems to be the correct answer because it shows that these two varied by so much, and this may be because of the estimation method, and while these two estimation methods were the same, that these estimated bite force is very similar. So C seems to be the correct answer. D. The estimated maximum bite force produced by Cost et al. Exceeded the estimated maximum produced by Bates and Falkingham, even though both groups of researchers used the same method to generate their estimates. This is incorrect because the suggestion says that the methodology significantly influences the estimate, while here it just compares two estimates of this using the same methodology. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is C. Which finding, if true, will most directly undermine Foster's hypothesis? When digging for clams, their primary food, sea otters damage the roots of eelgrass plants growing on the sea floor. Near Vancouver Island in Canada, the otter population is large and well established, yet the eelgrass meadows are healthier than those found elsewhere off Canada's coast. To explain this, conservation scientist Aaron Foster and colleagues compared the Vancouver Island meadow to meadows where otters are absent or were reintroduced only recently. Finding that the Vancouver Island meadows have a more diverse gene pool than the others do, Foster hypothesized that damage to eelgrass roots increase the plant's rate of sexual reproduction. This in turn boosts genetic diversity, which benefits the meadow's health overall. So the claim here is that the damage to the eelgrass roots boosts the meadow's health overall. So answer choice A says, at some sites in the study, eelgrass meadows are found near otter populations that are small and have only recently been reintroduced. This is incorrect because this does not say that the eelgrass meadows were harmed by the otter populations, which would undermine Foster's hypothesis. So A is incorrect. B. At several sites not included in the study, there are large, well-established sea otter populations, but no eelgrass meadows. This is incorrect because this does not say that the sea otters themselves hurt the eelgrass meadows. It simply says that there are no eelgrass meadows in these populations, or these areas. C. At several sites not included in the study, eelgrass meadows' health correlates negatively with the length of residence and size of otter populations. This seems to be correct because the Foster's hypothesis is that the damage to eelgrass roots by otters improves the meadow's health overall. But to undermine the hypothesis, you would have to show that the otter would damage the eelgrass meadow's health overall. And this is what this says. It says that eelgrass meadow's health correlates negatively with the length of residence and size of otter populations. So C seems to be the correct answer. D. At some sites in the study, the health of plants unrelated to eelgrass correlates negatively with the length of residence and the size of otter populations. So this is incorrect because the hypothesis is focused on eelgrass, not on other plants. So D is automatically wrong. So the correct answer is C. Which finding, if true, would most directly support the researcher's hypothesis? In the mountains of Brazil, Barbensia tomentosa and Barbensia macrantha, two plants in the Veloziaceae family, established themselves on soilless, nutrient-poor patches of quartzite rock. Plant ecologists Ana Abrajo and Patricia D. Brito Costa used microscopic analysis to determine that the roots of B. tomentosa and B. macrantha, which grow directly into the quartzite, have clusters of fine hairs near the root tip. Further analysis indicated that these hairs secrete both malic and citric acids. The researchers hypothesized that plants depend on dissolving underlying rock with these acids, as the process not only creates channels for continued growth, but also releases phosphates that provide the vital nutrient, phosphorus. So the hypothesis here is that plants depend on dissolving the underlying rock to release phosphates, which provide nutrients like phosphorus. So option A says, other species in the Veloziaceae family are found in terrains with more soil, but have root structures similar to those of B. tomentosa and B. macrantha. So this is incorrect because this does not support the researcher's hypothesis. Instead, it focuses on other species in the same family. So A is incorrect. B. Though B. tomentosa and B. macrantha both secrete citric and malic acids, each species provides the acids in different proportions. So this is incorrect because this focuses on them secreting the acids in different proportions, whereas the hypothesis is about how the plants depend on dissolving underlying rock for their nutrients. So B is incorrect. C. The roots of B. tomentosa and B. macrantha carve new entry points into rocks even when cracks in the surface are readily available. This seems to be correct because it supports the hypothesis, which shows that the plants depend on dissolving the underlying rock not only for continued growth, but for the acids it releases. And so the roots of B. tomentosa and B. macrantha carve new entry points into rocks even when cracks in the surface are readily available, supports the researcher's hypothesis. So C seems to be the correct answer. D. B. tomentosa and B. macrantha thrive even when transferred to the surfaces of rocks that do not contain phosphates. This is incorrect because this disproves the hypothesis, which is that the plants depend on dissolving the underlying rock for the nutrients like phosphorus. But here it shows that when they are transferred to surfaces of rock that do not contain phosphates, they still thrive. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is C. Which choice most logically completes the text? Ancestral Pueblans, the civilization from which present-day Pueblo tribes descended, emerged as early as 1500 BCE in an area of what is now the southwestern United States, and dispersed suddenly in the late 1200 CE, abandoning established villages with systems for farming crops and turkeys. Recent analysis comparing turkey remains at Mesa Verde, one such village in southern Colorado, to samples from modern-day turkey populations in the Rio Grande Valley Valley of north central New Mexico determined that the latter birds descended in part from turkeys cultivated at Mesa Verde, which shared genetic markers appearing only after 1280. Thus, researchers concluded that blank. So, answer choice A says, conditions of the terrains in Rio Grande Valley and Mesa Verde had greater similarities in the past than they do today. This is incorrect because the text doesn't compare the terrains of Rio Grande Valley and the Mesa Verde. Rather, they talk about ancestral pueblos and their farming practices. So A is incorrect. B. Some ancestral pueblos migrated to the Rio Grande Valley in the late 1200s and carried farming practices with them. This seems to be correct because here it says that the latter birds descended in part from turkeys cultivated at Mesa Verde. So it's saying that the birds in Rio Grande Valley were descended in part from turkeys cultivated at Mesa Verde. So this shows that the ancestor pueblos could have migrated to the Rio Grande Valley in the late 1200s and carried their farming practices with them. So B seems to be the correct answer. C. Indigenous peoples living in the Rio Grande Valley primarily planted crops and did not cultivate turkeys before 1280. This is incorrect because the text doesn't say that they didn't cultivate crops. They didn't cultivate turkeys before 1280, and neither does it say that they primarily planted crops. So C is incorrect. D. The ancestral pueblos of Mesa Verde likely adopted the farming practices of indigenous peoples living in other regions. This is incorrect for the same reason as C, because this text doesn't mention that they adopted the farming practices of indigenous peoples living in other regions. Rather, it suggests that they kept their farming practices. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is B. Which choice most logically completes the text? Ratified by more than 90 countries, the Nagoya Protocol is an international agreement ensuring that indigenous communities are compensated when their agricultural resources and knowledge of wild plants and animals are utilized by agricultural corporations. However, the protocol has shortcomings. For example, it allows corporations to insist that their agreements with communities to conduct research on the commercial uses of the community's resources and knowledge remain confidential. Therefore, some indigenous advocates express concern that the protocol may have the unintended effect of blank. So answer choice A says, diminishing the monetary reward that corporations might derive from their agreements with indigenous communities. This is incorrect because the text shows that it is the indigenous communities that may not be compensated properly, not the corporations. So A is incorrect. B. Limiting the research that corporations conduct on the resources of the indigenous communities with which they have signed agreements. This is incorrect because the text does not say that the corporations are limited in the research that they can conduct. So B is incorrect. C. Preventing the independent observers from determining whether the agreements guarantee equitable compensations for indigenous communities. This seems to be correct because the text shows the corporations insist that their research remain confidential and that this may have the unintended effect of preventing independent observers from determining whether the agreements guarantee equitable compensation for indigenous communities. So C seems to be the correct answer. D. Discouraging indigenous communities from learning new methods for harvesting plants and animals from their corporate partners. This is incorrect because the text shows that the corporations learn new methods for harvesting plants and animals from their corporate partners, not that the indigenous communities learn these from their corporate partners. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is C. Which choice most logically completes the text? The domestic sweet potato, Ipomea batatas, descends from a wild plant native to South America. It also populates the Polynesian islands, where evidence confirms that native Hawaiians and other indigenous peoples were cultivating the plant centuries before seafaring first occurred over the thousands of miles of ocean separating them from South America. To explain how the sweet potato was first introduced in Polynesia, botanist Pablo Munoz Rodriguez and colleagues analyzed the DNA of numerous varieties of the plant, concluding that Polynesian varieties diverged from South American ones over 300,000 years ago. Given that Polynesia was peopled only in the last 3,000 years, the team concluded that blank. So option A says, the cultivation of the sweet potato in Polynesia likely predates its cultivation in South America. This is incorrect because the text does not suggest the time where sweet potatoes were cultivated in either Polynesia or in South America, so A is incorrect. B. Polynesian peoples likely acquired the sweet potato from South American peoples only within the last 3,000 years. This is incorrect because the text clearly says that the Polynesian varieties of sweet potatoes diverged from South American ones over 100,000 years ago. And since Polynesia was peopled only in the last 3,000 years, it's therefore not possible for the Polynesian people to acquire the sweet potato from South American people. So B is incorrect. C. Human activity likely played no role in the introduction of the sweet potato in Polynesia. This seems to be correct because the text suggests this, where it shows that the Polynesian varieties of sweet potatoes diverged from South American ones over 100,000 years ago, and that Polynesia was only peopled in the last 3,000 years. Therefore, it's not possible that human activity played a role in the introduction of sweet potato in Polynesia. So C seems to be the correct answer. D. Polynesian sweet potato varieties likely descended from a single South American variety that was domesticated, not wild. This is incorrect because the first sentence shows that the domestic sweet potato descends from a wild plant native to South America. So D is incorrect. And the correct answer is C. Which choice completes the text so that it conforms to the conventions of standard English? In Death Valley National Park's racetrack playa, a flat, dry lake bed are 162 rocks, some weighing less than a pound, but others almost 700 pounds, that move periodically from place to place, seemingly of their own volition. Racetrack-like trails in the blank, mysterious migration. So answer choice A says, playas, sediment marks the rocks, ''s. This is incorrect because this does not show the possessiveness for playas, where it is the playas sediment, not multiple playas sediment. So A is incorrect. B. Playas, ''s, sediment mark the rocks, no apostrophe. This is incorrect because although the apostrophe is used correctly in playas, which is before the s, there's no apostrophe used for the rocks, where there should be an apostrophe after the s to show that there are multiple rocks and they each have their own mysterious migration. So B is incorrect. C. Playas, ''s, sediment mark the rocks, apostrophe after the s. This seems to be correct because it properly shows that there's one playa and it has its sediment marker, and that there are multiple rocks and they each have their own mysterious migration. So C seems to be the correct answer. D. Playas, apostrophe after the s, sediment mark the rocks, apostrophe after the s. This is incorrect because this implies that there are multiple playas, but there's only one playa. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is C. Which choice completes the text so that it conforms to the conventions of standard English? Nigerian author Buchi Emecheda's celebrated little oeuvre includes The Joys of Motherhood, a novel about the changing roles of women in the 1950s, Blink, a television play about the private struggles of a newlywed couple in Nigeria, and Head Above Water, her autobiography. So answer choice A says, Lagos, a kind of marriage, This is incorrect, because although the comma after a kind of marriage properly separates the title phrase from the supplementary phrase after it, the comma after Lagos is incorrect, because this is a complex series and it uses semicolons to separate the elements, so instead of a comma here, there should be a semicolon. So A is incorrect. B. Lagos, a kind of marriage, This seems to be correct because it properly uses a semicolon to separate the elements in the complex series, and a comma to separate the title phrase from the supplementary phrase after it. So B seems to be the correct answer. C. Lagos, a kind of marriage, : This is incorrect because there should be semicolon here, and the colon here doesn't make sense because there should be some. The colon here is used to elaborate further information, but this is not the case here, so C is incorrect. D. Lagos, a kind of marriage. This is incorrect because although it does use a semicolon properly, there is no punctuation after a kind of marriage to separate this phrase from the supplementary phrase after it. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is B. Which choice completes the text so that it conforms to the conventions of standard English? In 2016, engineer Vanessa Galvez oversaw the installation of 164 bioswales, vegetated channels designed to absorb and divert stormwater along the street of Queens, New York, by reducing the runoff flowing into city sewers, blank. So a key point here is that after this phrase, the subject, bioswales, should be placed immediately after it to specify and clarify that it is the noun or subject of the sentence. So option A says, the mitigation of both street flooding and the resulting pollution of nearby waterways has been achieved by bioswales. This is incorrect because this results in a dangling modifier where it's unclear what the subject or noun is, and this would be fixed if bioswales were put towards the beginning of the sentence. So A is incorrect. B. The bioswales have mitigated both street flooding and resulting pollution of nearby waterways. This seems to be correct because it properly places the bioswales immediately after the comma to show that bioswales is the subject or noun of the sentence, so B seems to be correct. C. The bioswales mitigation of both street flooding and the resulting pollution of nearby waterways has been achieved. This is incorrect because this doesn't specify the subject or noun, making it unclear because this highlights the bioswales mitigation of both street flooding, not the bioswales, so C is incorrect. D. Both street flooding and the resulting pollution of nearby waterways have been mitigated by bioswales. This is a ding modifier like C and A, and therefore it is incorrect. But this would be fixed if bioswales were placed more towards the beginning of the sentence. So D is incorrect. The correct answer is B. Which choice completes the text so that it conforms to the conventions of standard English? From afar, African-American fiber artist Bisa Butler's portraits look like paintings. Their depictions of human faces, bodies, and clothing so intricate that it seems only a fine brush could have rendered them. When viewed up close, however, the portraits reveal themselves to be blank, stitching barely visible among the thousands of pieces of printed microcut fabric. So option A says quilts, and the. This is incorrect because this and would interrupt the flow of the passage, and the conjunction here is unnecessary. So A is incorrect. B. Quilts, the. This is correct because this properly splits the sentence into two parts, where the first part is the main clause, and the second part is a supplementary phrase, and the comma here accurately separates the two. So B seems to be the correct answer. C. Quilts, the. This is incorrect because their semicolons are used to split two independent clauses, but here there's only one independent clause and then one supplementary phrase, so a semicolon can't work here. So C is incorrect. D. Quilts, the. This is incorrect because this would split the sentence into two, and the second sentence would be a sentence fragment, and therefore D is incorrect. And the correct answer is B. Which choice completes the text so that it conforms to the conventions of standard English? Compared to that of alumina glass, blank, silica glass atoms are so far apart that they are unable to reform bonds after being separated. So a key point here is that after the comma, the subject or noun should be placed immediately after to specify what that subject or noun is of the sentence. So option A says, silica glass is at a significant disadvantage due to its more dispersed atomic arrangement. So this is incorrect because this implies the subject or noun is silica glass, but instead it's silica glass's atomic arrangement. So A is incorrect. B. Silica glass has a more dispersed atomic arrangement, resulting in a significant disadvantage. This is incorrect for the same reason as A, because it should be silica glass's atomic arrangement, not silica glass. So B is incorrect. C. A significant disadvantage of silica glass is that its atomic arrangement is more dispersed. This is incorrect for the same reason as B and A, where it should have a silica glass's atomic arrangement right after the comma, but instead it has something else, resulting in a dangling modifier. So C is incorrect. D. Silica glass's atomic arrangement is more dispersed, resulting in a significant disadvantage. This is correct because it properly compares alumina glass's atomic arrangement to silica glass's atomic arrangement, and it clearly establishes that silica glass's atomic arrangement is the noun or subject of the sentence. So D is correct. Which choice completes the text so that it conforms to the conventions of standard English? In the historical novel The Surrender Tree, Cuban-American author Margarita Engel uses poetry rather than prose, blank, the true story of Cuban folk hero Rosa La Bayamesa. So option A says tells. So this is incorrect, because if you were to place this into the sentence, it would say Margarita Engel uses poetry rather than prose, tells the true story of Cuban folk hero Rosa La Bermesa. Since this obviously doesn't make sense, so A is incorrect. B. Told. This is incorrect because if you were to place this in a sentence, it would say Margarita Engel uses poetry rather than prose, told the true story of. So this, like A, doesn't make sense. C. Is telling. So if you were to place this in the sentence, it would say Margarita Engel uses poetry rather than prose, is telling the true story of. This is incorrect. D. To tell. This seems to be correct because if you place it in the sentence, it would say Margarita Engel uses poetry rather than prose to tell the true story of Cuban folk hero Rosa La Bayamesa. So this D is the correct answer. Which choice completes the text so that it conforms to the conventions of standard English? Sociologist Elton Okinawa sits on the review board tasked with adding new sites to the Hawaii Register of Historic Places, which includes Pilihani, Ohio, and the Opecas Road Bridge. Okinawa doesn't make such decisions, blank. All historical designations must be approved by a group of 9 other experts from the field of architecture, archaeology, history, and Hawaiian culture. So, option A says single-handedly, however, semicolon. This seems to be correct because there are 2 parts of the sentence. There are 2 independent clauses, and the comma here separates the supplementary adverb from the first main clause, and the semicolon properly separates the 2 independent clauses. So A seems to be the correct answer. B. Single-handedly, semicolon, however, comma. This is incorrect because this places the however in the second part of the sentence where it wouldn't make sense, whereas it should be placed in the first part of the sentence to make more sense. So if this would be correct if the semicolon and comma were to switch places. So B is incorrect. C. Single-handedly, comma, however, comma. This is incorrect because this results in a comma splice, where a comma attempts to connect 2 independent clauses without a conjunction. So C is incorrect. D. Single-handedly, however. This is incorrect because this simply results in a run-on sentence. So D is incorrect. And the correct answer is A. Which choice completes the text with the most logical transition? When Chinese director Chloe Zhao accepted the Oscar in 2021 for her film Nomadland, she made Academy Award history. Blank. Only one other woman, Catherine Bigelow of the United States, had been named the Best Director at the Oscars, making Zhao the second woman and the first Asian woman to win the award. So, A. As a result. This is incorrect because the first part of the second sentence discusses what happened previously, before Zhao got the award, so as a result wouldn't make sense here. So A is incorrect. B. Previously. This seems to be correct because, as before, the second part of the first part of the second sentence discusses what happened before Zhao won the award, which is talking about how Catherine Bigelow was the only other woman who won the award. So previously would make sense here. So B seems to be the correct answer. C. However, this is incorrect because this implies that the second sentence will contrast the first sentence, but this is not the case. So C is incorrect. D. Likewise. This is incorrect because this implies that the second sentence will be in the same subject and the same topic as the first sentence, and this is incorrect because the second sentence elaborates on what was said in the first sentence. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is B. Which choice completes the text with the most logical transition? Researchers Helena Milhejevic-Brent, Lucia Santamaria, and Marco Tulny report that while mathematicians may have traditionally worked alone, evidence points to a shift in the opposite direction. Blank, mathematicians are choosing to collaborate with their peers, a trend illustrated by a rise in the number of mathematicians publications credited to multiple authors. So answer choice A says similarly. This is incorrect because this implies that the claim in the second sentence is separate to, but similar to the claim in the previous sentence, but the second sentence elaborates what was said in the first sentence. So A is incorrect. B. For this reason. This is incorrect because the second sentence elaborates what was said in the previous sentence, and the first sentence does not give a reason for why there's a shift. It simply says that there is a shift. So B is incorrect. C. Furthermore, this is incorrect because this implies that the second sentence will add on to the claim in the first sentence, but instead it elaborates on the claim in the first sentence. So C is incorrect. D. Increasingly. This is correct because increasingly implies that there's a trend or a shift to mathematicians working together, and this is correct because the second sentence highlights that a trend illustrated by the rise in the number of mathematic publications credited to multiple authors. So D is the correct answer. Which choice completes the text with the most logical transition? When soil becomes contaminated by toxic metals, it can be removed from the ground and disposed of in a landfill. Blank. Contaminated soil can be detoxified via photoremediation. Plants that can withstand high concentration of metals absorb the pollutants and store them in their shoots, which are then cut off and safely disposed of, preserving the health of the plants. So, option A says alternatively. This seems to be correct because alternatively implies that the second sentence will offer a new method to the one already offered in the first sentence, and this is correct because this correctly explains what was said in the passage, where the first sentence offers one method and the second sentence offers another method. So A seems to be the correct answer. B. Specifically. This is incorrect because specifically implies the second sentence will elaborate on what was said in the first sentence, but this is not the case, where the second sentence establishes a new method already to the one established in the first sentence. So B is incorrect. C. For example, this is incorrect for the same reason as B, because the second sentence does not elaborate on what was said in the first sentence, it offers a new method to what was already offered in the first sentence. So C is incorrect. D. As a result, this is incorrect because the second sentence is not a consequence or a result of what was said in the first sentence. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is A. The student wants to emphasize the decline in unique apple varieties in the U.S. and specify why this decline has occurred. Which choice most effectively uses relevant information from the notes to accomplish these goals? While researching a topic, a student has taken the following notes. In the late 1890s, over 14,000 unique apple varieties were grown in the U.S. The rise of industrial agriculture in the mid-1900s narrowed the range of commercially grown crops. Thousands of apple varieties considered less suitable for commercial growth were lost. Today, only 15 apple varieties dominate the market, making up 90% of apples purchased in the U.S. The Lost Apple Project, based in Washington State, attempts to find and grow lost apple varieties. So, option A says, the Lost Apple Project is dedicated to finding some of the apple varieties lost following a shift in agricultural practices in the mid-1900s. This is incorrect because this does not emphasize the decline in new apple varieties. It only says why this decline has occurred and describes the Lost Apple Project. So A is incorrect. B. While over 14,000 apple varieties were grown in the U.S. in the late 1890s, only 15 unique varieties make up most of the apples sold today. This is incorrect because although it does emphasize the decline in unique apple varieties, it does not specify why this decline has occurred. So B is incorrect. C. Since the rise of industrial agriculture, U.S. farmers have mainly grown the same few unique apple varieties, resulting in the loss of thousands of varieties less suitable for commercial growth. This seems to be correct because it emphasizes the decline in unique apple varieties by saying that there's thousands of varieties that were lost because they were less suitable for commercial growth, and explains why this decline has occurred, which is because U.S. farmers have mainly grown the same few unique apple varieties. So C seems to be the correct answer. D. As industrial agriculture rose to prominence in the mid-1900s, the number of crops selected for cultivation decreased dramatically. This is incorrect because this does not emphasize the decline in unique apple varieties. So D is incorrect, and the correct answer is C. The student wants to introduce Catherine Halverson's book to an audience already familiar with the Atlantic Monthly. Which choice most effectively uses relevant information from the notes to accomplish this goal? While researching a topic, a student has taken the following notes. The Atlantic Monthly magazine was first published in 1857. The magazine focused on politics, art, and literature. 2019, historian Catherine Haverson published the book Faraway Woman in the Atlantic Monthly. Its subject is female authors whose autobiographies appeared in the magazine in the early 1900s. One of the authors discussed is Juanita Harrison. So option A says, Catherine Haverson's Faraway Woman and the Atlantic Monthly discusses female authors whose autobiographies appeared in the magazine in the early 1900s. This seems to be correct because it introduces Catherine Haverson's book, Faraway Woman and the Atlantic Monthly, and it already emphasizes that this is to an audience that already knows or is familiar with the Atlantic Monthly by not showing any information about the Atlantic Monthly and referring it to as a magazine. So A seems to be the correct answer. B. A magazine called the Atlantic Monthly, referred to in Catherine Haverson's book title, was first published in 1857. This is incorrect because this does not introduce Catherine Haverson's book. It just talks about the Atlantic Monthly, so B is incorrect. C. Faraway Woman and the Atlantic Monthly features contributors to the Atlantic Monthly, first published in 1857 as a magazine focused on politics, arts, and literature. This is incorrect because the student wants to introduce to an audience that already is familiar with the Atlantic Monthly, so there's no need to say any information about the Atlantic Monthly. So C is incorrect. D. An author discussed by Catherine Haverson is Juanita Harrison, whose autobiography appeared in the Atlantic Monthly in the early 1900s. This is incorrect because this does not introduce the book that Catherine Haverson wrote, which is The Faraway Woman in the Atlantic Monthly, so D is incorrect. The correct answer is A.
Which equation has the same solution as the given equation? So we're given this equation, 4x plus 6 equals 18. And we can just simplify this to 4x equals 12 by subtracting 6 from both sides of the equation. So effectively moving this 6 to the other side and subtracting it from 18. So we're left with 4x equals 12. And just by looking at the answer choices, we can see that 4x equals 12 is the same as answer choice C, which means that answer choice C and this equation must have the same solution, since they simplified to the same equation, 4x equals 12. But we can just check to make sure that the solution is the same. So here, by dividing both sides by 4, we get that 1x is equal to 3. And we could do the same thing here. We just divide both sides by 4, and we'll get that x is equal to 3. So answer choice C, this equation, has the same solution as this one. So the correct choice is C. In the figure, line M is parallel to line N. What is the value of W? Okay, so we have two parallel lines, M and N, and line T intersects them both, creating these two angles. So since line T intersects these two parallel lines, it means we have corresponding angles. So for example, this angle here corresponds to this angle here. You can tell if they're corresponding when a transversal, like line T, intersects two lines by mentally moving this region or this intersection onto this one and seeing which angles overlap. So these two angles here would overlap, so these are corresponding. Then this angle here is also corresponding to this angle here. And then the same with this angle here and that one here. And 170 degrees, this angle here, is also corresponding to this one, this angle W here. And since these angles are corresponding, it means that their degrees is also the same. So angle W is equal to 170 degrees, since these two angles here are corresponding. So the correct answer is answer choice D. Each value in the data set shown represents the height in centimeters of a plant. What is the mean height in centimeters of these plants? Okay, so the formula for the mean of a set of data points is the sum of all the points, which would in this case just be adding up all the heights here, 6 plus 10 plus 13 plus 2, so on, and dividing that by the number of data points. So here the number of data points is 10. There's 10 different heights if you count all of these. This symbol right here just means the sum. It's the summation symbol. So in this case, the mean height of this data set is equal to 6 plus 10 plus 13 plus 2 plus 15 plus 22 plus 10 plus 4 plus 4 and plus 4. And that divided by the total number of heights, or the total number of data points. In this case, it's 10. So if you got your calculator out and added all of these values together, you would get 90. And that divided by 10 is equal to just 9. So the mean height in centimeters of these plants is 9 centimeters. The given equation describes the relationship between the number of birds, B, and the number of reptiles, R, that can be cared for at a pet care business on a given day. If the business cares for 16 reptiles on a given day, how many birds can it care for on this day? So we can take this equation and just substitute in a value of 16 for the number of reptiles, R. So we'll be left with 2.5 B plus 5 times 16, which equals 80. Okay, so 2.5 B, and then we multiply these two together, and 5 times 16 is equal to 80. And we keep the equals to 80 from the equation. Okay, so now if we subtract 80 from both sides of the equation, we get that 2.5b equals 0. Since this has to equal 0, the value of b must be 0, because 2.5 times 0 is equal to 0. We could also have gotten that by dividing both sides by 2.5 and recognize that that's 0 divided by anything is still equal to 0. So in this case, if this pet care business takes care of 16 reptiles on a given day, they can't care for any more birds, since that already reaches their max of 80 pets taken care of. So when 16 reptiles are taken care of, only 0 birds can be taken care of. So the correct answer is answer choice A. A cube has an edge length of 41 inches. What is the volume in cubic inches of the cube? So we have a cube which looks something like this. And it has an edge length of 41 inches. And since it's a cube, that means that all the sides are 41 inches, because in a cube all the sides are of equal length. So if one of them is 41 inches, the rest of them are also 41 inches. And the volume of a cube is equal to side cubed, which is basically the same thing as length times width times height. But since the length and width and height of a cube are all the same, it's just equal to the length of one side cubed. So in this case, the volume would be equal to 41 cubed. And if you put that into your calculator, you'll get 68,921 inches cubed, which is answer choice D. $13 is p% of 25. What is the value of p? Okay, so this is saying the same thing as what is the value of p when you take p% of 25 and that equals 13. So here taking p% of 25 is just the same as multiplying p or p percentage with 25 and getting 13. So we can just use this to solve for the value of p. So we can divide both sides by 25 to get p isolated. So p will be equal to 13 over 25. And that is the same thing as saying 52%. If you simplify this down into a decimal and then multiply that by 100, you'll get 52%. So 13 is 52% of 25. So the value of p is 52. A model predicts that the population of Springfield was 15,000 in 2005. The model also predicts that each year for the next 5 years, the population P increased by 4% of the previous year's population. Which equation best represents this model, where x is the number of years after 2005 for x is less than or equal to 5? Okay, so the first thing we can do is check whether these equations satisfy the initial condition that the initial population must be 15,000. We can do that by setting x equal to 0, because at year 0, or at the starting point, the population should be 15,000. So when we plug in x equals 0 here, we get that 0.96 raised to the 15, and then 15,000 raised to the 0 power is just equal to 0.96, because anything raised to the 0th power is just equal to 1, and 0.96 times 1 is just 0.96. So we can immediately rule out A, because at year 0 the population is supposed to be 15,000, but the model for answer choice A does not predict 15,000. And it's the same case with answer choice B, because this just simplifies to 1.04 times 15,000 raised to the 0, which is also just equal to 1.04, because 15,000 raised to the 0 power is just 1. So answer choice B is incorrect, because it doesn't predict 15,000 for year 0. Then answer choice C, if we look at this, we will be left with 15,000 times 0.96 raised to the 0th power, which is just equal to 15,000, which is accurate, because 0.96 raised to the 0th power is 1, so 15,000 times 1 is just 15,000, and that's what we want. We want the initial population to be 50,000 when the year is 0, or x is equal to 0. And then the same case with answer choice D. 15,000 times 1.04 raised to the 0th power is equal to 15,000 again, since 1.04 raised to the 0 is just 1. Okay, so we have to choose between answer choice C and answer choice D. So the next piece of information they gave us was that the population P increases by 4% every year. Okay, so at year 1, we should see that the population goes up by 4% from this 15,000. So really we should see something like 1.04 times 15,000 be the population in after the first year, because multiplying by 1 ensures that 15,000 remain, and then this 1.04 increases the 15,000 by 4%. So when we plug in x is equal to 1, which is the population after the first year, for answer choice C, we get that 15,000 is multiplied by 0.96. And this is incorrect because this results in a population that gets smaller. So our population went down because multiplying 15,000, sorry, this comma is in the wrong place. So just ignore that. There should be an extra 0 here. So 15,000 times a number less than 1, like 0.96, this decimal, will decrease the value. So this is saying that the population of Springfield goes down after a year. So C has to be incorrect because the problem told us that the population increases, which means D is the correct answer. And we can see that because after the first year, we get that 15,000 times 1.04 raised to the first power. So this is just 15,000 times 1.04, which I guess we can write as 15,000 times 1, and then plus 15,000 times 0.04. And this would be the original population from the previous year, and then this would be the population that's added after the first year, which is just 4% of 15,000. So the correct answer choice is D, because it's the only one that satisfies the requirements given in the question. What is the positive solution to the given equation? Okay, so we have this equation right here, which is a quadratic since the highest degree of the x value is 2. So we can simplify this by subtracting negative 4x squared and negative 7x squared from both sides to move these two terms to the other side. After we do that, we'll be left with 0 equals 4x squared plus 7x minus 36. We did that just to get all the terms on one side and to get rid of some of these negative terms, because moving from one side to the other, you have to swap the sign. Okay, so this looks like a factorable quadratic, so we'll try and factor this. So in order to factor this, we first multiply the a term, which is the coefficient of x squared, and the c term, which is the constant. So when we multiply 4 with negative 36, we get negative 144. Now this number is special because we have to split this middle term in here, the b term, which is the coefficient of the x term, into two terms that, when multiplied together, equals this product right here. So what we're saying is that we have to split 7 into two different numbers that, when you multiply together, equals 4 times negative 36. So in this case, we'll split the 7x into 16x and negative 9x. And then we'll keep the negative 36. So 16 minus 9 is equal to 7. But 16 times negative 9 is also equal to negative 44. And we did that because that allows us to factor by grouping. You won't be able to factor every quadratic using this method, but many of them will be factorable by grouping. So now the first two terms, we'll just factor these two. So we'll take a 4x common out. So we can take a 4x out. From the first term, we'll just be left with an x. And the second term will just be left with 4. So 4x times x is 4x squared, and 4x times 4 is 16x. And then the second term will just take out a negative 9. So we'll be left with an x and a plus 4. So now, because we split the b term into these two terms here using this special rule, we can see that this term inside the parentheses, x plus 4, is also here this x plus 4 with multiplying with negative 9. So now we can factor one more time by taking this term common out. So 0 equals x plus 4 times the 4x and minus the 9. So if we simplified this out, you would still be able to get this term right here. You would just multiply this with x plus 4 and negative 9 with x plus 4. So it would give us the original equation back. But now we have a fully factored quadratic. And from this quadratic, we can find the two solutions. So the first solution will be setting this part equal to 0. Since this is the multiplication of two terms, say like it's a times b, if either a or b is equal to 0, then the whole thing, the whole equation will be equal to 0, since 0 multiplied with anything is equal to 0. So if either a is 0 or b is 0, then the whole equation equals 0. So when a is equal to 0, the value of x is equal to negative 4. Because negative 4 plus 4 is 0, which will turn this whole equation into a 0, which satisfies the equation. So one of our solutions is x equals negative 4. And then when b is equal to 0, so we can just set that equation up right here. 4x minus 9 is equal to 0. Then 4x is equal to 9 if we move this to the other side. So then x is equal to 9 by 4. So when x is equal to 9 by 4, this b term here, what's in this parentheses, will equal 0. And when we multiply that with anything, we'll just get 0 again. So x equals 9 by 4 is also a solution. Now, going back to the problem statement, it asked us for the positive solution to the given equation. So this solution here is negative, so we're not going to use that. But x equals 9 over 4 is positive, so we'll use that as the solution. And x equals 9 over 4 is answer choice B. So B is the correct answer. Each of the dot plots shown represents the number of glue sticks brought in by each student for two classes, Class A and Class B. Which statement best compares the standard deviations of the numbers of glue sticks brought in by each student for these two classes? So standard deviation measures the spread or the frequency distribution of a data set. So we can compare the standard deviations by just looking at the shapes of the dot plots. So the shape of the dot plot for Class A and the shape of the dot plot for Class B are exactly the same. So even if the numbers down here on the line are different, since the shape of the distribution is the same, that means the spread is the same, which means that the standard deviation for Class A and Class B should be the same. So that means that answer choice B is the correct answer, since it states that the standard deviation for Class A is equal to the standard deviation for Class B. The graph of y equals f of x is shown, where the function f is defined by f of x equals ax cubed plus bx squared plus cx plus d, and a, b, c, and d are constants. For how many values of x does f of x equal 0? So we're looking for values of x here, where the function y, which is equal to f of x, is equal to 0. So we're just looking for places where y is 0. And that occurs on the x-axis. And we can see that the function, this cubic function, crosses the x-axis here, here, and here. So the function crosses the x-axis at 3 points, which means that the function y equals f of x equals 0 at 3 values of x. So the correct answer is C, 3. The exponential function g is defined by g of x equals 19 times a raised to the x power, where a is a positive constant. If g of 3 equals 2,375, what is the value of g of 4? Okay, so we know that g of 3 is equal to 2,375, which means that when we plug in an x value of 3 into the g of x function, g of x should equal 2,375. So let's just plug that in. So 2,375, which is the value of g of 3, equals 19 times a raised to the third power. We just plugged in x to be x equals 3, and g of x is 2,375. So now we can solve for the value of a. If we divide both sides by 19, we get that 125 equals 1a raised to the third power. And then we can take the cube root of both sides to isolate for the value of a. So we'll just do the cube root of both sides. So the 125 cube rooted is equal to 5, and then a cube rooted is just equal to a. So now the value of a is just 5. So now we can plug this into the original equation. So that means g of x is actually equal to 19 times 5 raised to the x power. So then to find the value of g of 4, we just plug in x equals 4 into our equation that we just found. So when we plug in x equals 4, we get 19 times 5 raised to the 4th power, which if you put into your calculator is just equal to 11,875. So the value of g of 4 is 11,875, which is the answer. Which ordered pair xy is the solution to the given system of equations? So we have these two equations here, and we need to find a value of x and y that satisfies both of these equations, which means that the left-hand side and the right-hand side both will equal each other when the solution xy is plugged in. So we can do that by taking this y value, which is equal to 6x minus 12, and plugging that into this equation. So when we do that, we get that 6x minus 12 equals x minus 2 times x plus 4. So this right here is just equal to y from the second equation, and we just plugged it into the first one. So then we can expand out this right side. So 6x minus 12 is just equal to x squared plus 4x minus 2x minus 8. And then we can move the 6x and the negative 12 to the other side by subtracting. So 0 equals x squared. So 4x minus 2x is just 2x, and then 2x minus 6x is just negative 4x. And then negative 12, if you take that to the other side, so negative 8 plus 12 is just equal to 4. So we can factor this by splitting the middle term here, this negative 4x, into negative 2x and minus negative 2x. So 0 equals x squared minus 2x minus 2x plus 4. So we can see here that there's a 1 here as the coefficient of the x squared, and 1 times 4 is just equal to 4. And we can see here that negative 2 times negative 2 is also equal to 4. So when you want to factor by grouping, like you want to factor this quadratic, you have to split the middle term into two terms whose coefficients, when multiplied together, equal the number that when you multiply the a term, so here 1 times the c term, the constant. So 1 times 4 equals negative 2 times negative 2. And this will allow us to factor by grouping, because if we take an x common out of the first two terms, so it will be x times x minus 2. This just equals the first two terms. And then from the second two terms, we can take out a negative 2. So negative 2 times x minus 2. And then we can take out this quantity x minus 2 common out, so we'll be left with 0 equals x minus 2 times x minus 2, which is just equal to x minus 2 squared, since we're just multiplying it by itself. So this equation here, let me write this over here, 0 equals x minus 2 squared, is true when x equals 2, because 2 minus 2 is 0, and 0 squared is just 0. So the x value of 2 satisfies this equation. So now we know the value of x, and we can just find the value of y by plugging it back into this equation. So we'll get y equals 6 times 2 minus 12. So we just plugged in a value of 2 for x. So we'll just have y equals 12 minus 12, which is just 0. So y equals 0. So the solution is an x value of 2 and a y value of 0, which is answer choice C. Now there's a faster way of solving this by using the graphing calculator you have in the testing software. So you can open up the Desmos graphing calculator and just here plug in the first function, y equals x minus 2 times x plus 4, and it's red here, this quadratic. And then the second function, this blue line here, y equals 6x minus 12, and just look for the point of intersection. So when you click on approximately where they intersect, Desmos will automatically give you the coordinates of the point. So here it tells us that these two lines intersect at the point 2, 0, which is the solution to the system of equations. So you can just graph them in the graphing calculator to find the solution faster than doing it by hand. And the answer will be the same, which is C. Triangle FGH is similar to triangle JKL, where angle F corresponds to angle J, and angles G and K are right angles. If the sine of F is 308 over 317, what is the value of sine of J? Okay, so we have two right triangles. Let me draw a better right triangle. And these triangles are similar, which means that all the angles are the same. So this angle equals that angle, and this angle equals that angle. And we'll say this is G and this is K, so then F and H, and then this is J and this is L. So triangle FGH, triangle JKL, where G and K are the right angles. So we know that the sine of F, angle F, is equal to this number 308 over 317. And what we need is the sine of J. Now, the problem tells us that these two triangles are similar, which means all the angles are the same. And if we look at the order of the letters, F is first, right? And J is also first, so that means these two angles are equal. because in similar triangles all the angles are the same, and since F corresponds to J, since G corresponds to K, then F and J have the same degree, which means that the sine of F is also equal to the sine of J, since they are equal triangles. So that means the sine of F has to equal 308 over 317. So the answer should be B, 308 over 317, the same as the sine of F. And this makes sense because if we look at, like, say, a 3, 4, 5 triangle, right? And then we look at a larger triangle that is similar. So we'll just multiply all the sides by 2. So a 6, 8, 10 triangle. These are similar by the side, side, side theorem, since all the sides are just multiplied by 2 from here to here, which means that when we take the sine of, say, this angle and this angle, so the sine here is, we'll call this angle x. So the sine of x is just equal to opposite over hypotenuse, which is 4 over 5. And then here the sine of, let's say, angle y, sine of y is just equal to 8 over 10. Now we can simplify this fraction to just 4 over 5. So for similar triangles, the sine and the cosine and even the tangent of corresponding angles, so x and y in this case, are equal. So the correct choice is answer B. The function f of t equals 60,000 times 2 raised to the t over 410th power gives the number of bacteria in a population t minutes after initial observation. How much time in minutes does it take for the number of bacteria in the population to double? So we have this function f of t equals 60,000 times 2 raised to the t over 410. So what we see is that f of t, which is the population of the bacteria, this population doubles when we multiply it by 2. And here we have this 2 that is being raised to a power. So what we want is to see how much do we have to increase t by so that the power of this 2 increases by 1 so that we keep multiplying by 2. Here, so here's an example. So say t is equal to 410. Then this function will just be equal to 60,000 times 2 raised to the first power, because 410 divided by 410 is just equal to 1 when we plug in t equals 410. So this is just 60,000 times 2. And then what if we increase t by 410 again? We'll get t equals 820. So then this time 60,000 gets multiplied by 2 raised to the second power, because 820 divided by 410 is just equal to 2. So the exponent, when we plug in t equals 820, will just become 2. This is the same as 60,000 times 2 times 2. So this is double of this right here. So if we do it a third time, adding 410 again, we'll get 1,230. And so when we plug that in for the value of t, we'll just get 60,000 times 2 raised to the third, because 1,230 divided by 410 is just equal to 3. So we got this number, 1,230, by adding 410 to 820. And we got 820 by adding 410 to 410. So here, this 60,000 times 2 raised to the third power is just equal to 60,000 times 2 times 2 times 2. This here is double of this right here, since we have an extra times 2. And this is double of this here, since we have one more times 2. So from this we can see that every time we increase 410 by 410, the value of t divided by 410 just increases by 1, which means we're multiplying by 2 one more time. So that means every time we increase the time by 410 minutes, we double the number of bacteria, since by increasing by 410, this exponent here increases by 1, which multiplies the population by an extra 2 times. The given equation relates the distinct positive numbers pk and j, which equation correctly expresses 4j plus 9 in terms of p and k. So this question is just asking us to isolate for the quantity 4j plus 9 and set it equal to some expression in terms of p and k. So an expression that uses the terms p and k. So here we have p equals k over 4j plus 9. So we want to isolate for this quantity 4j plus 9. So we have to get it on one side of the equation all by itself. So we can do that by multiplying both sides by 4j plus 9 to move it from here to there. So we'll have 4j plus 9 times the quantity p equals k. So we just multiplied both sides by 4j plus 9. So on this side, when we multiply by 4j plus 9, these two would cancel out since we're dividing 4j plus 9 by itself. And then we just have 4j plus 9 on this side. Okay, so now that we have this term, we need to get 4j plus 9 alone, so we can just divide both sides by p. So then this would just be 1. So we'll just be left with 4j plus 9 equals k over p. And that is equal to answer choice A. Line P is defined by 4y plus 8x equals 6. Line R is perpendicular to line P in the xy plane. What is the slope of line R? Okay, so line P is defined by this equation, 4y plus 8x equals 6. So let's write this in the form y equals mx plus b, the equation for a line. So we want y on the left side and x's on the right side. So let's subtract 8x from both sides. So we'll be left with 4y equals negative 8x plus 6. The 8x minus 8x on the left side would cancel out, and so we'd just be left with negative 8x plus 6 on the right side. And then let's divide both sides by 4 so that we can get y isolated. So when we divide both sides by 4, this just becomes 1, so we'll just be left with 1y. And then negative 8 divided by 4 is negative 2x, and then 6 divided by 4 is just 3 over 2. So this is the equation of line P. But what we want is the slope of line R. But line R is perpendicular to line P. So they have a right angle between them when they cross in the xy plane. And we know from the rule that the slope of a line that is perpendicular to another line is equal to the negative reciprocal of the slope of the first line. So the slope of this line, the line P, is m equals -2. So then the negative reciprocal is just 1/2. So when you take the negative of 2, it just becomes 2, and then the reciprocal of 2 is just 1/2, which means the slope of line R has to be 1/2. So 1/2 is the answer. Point O is the center of a circle. The measure of arc S on this circle is 100 degrees. What is the measure in degrees of its associated angle ROS? Okay, so we have a circle whose center is point O. And we have an arc. Let's draw an arc going from here to here, and we can use a different color. So this arc going from point R to point S has a measure of 100 degrees. Now, we also have this associated angle ROS. So this angle going from R to O to S has some angle in degrees, and we want to find the measure of this angle. Now, we know that the measure of this arc, RS, is 100 degrees, and that this angle ROS is a central angle, meaning that this angle has an endpoint, the vertex here, at the center of the circle. So it's a central angle. And this central angle forms this arc RS here, which means that the measure of the arc outside here is equal to the measure of the angle, the central angle, that forms that arc. So the arc is 100 degrees, which means that the central angle, ROS, must also be 100 degrees. So the answer is 100 degrees. Which of the following could be the equation of the graph shown in the xy plane? So we have this graph here. We'll just call it y. This graph y. And we need to match it with its corresponding equation, A, which is one of these answer choices. So just by looking at this graph and the answer choices, we can make a conclusion about the degree of this graph. And the degree of a graph is just equal to the largest exponent. So say we had like a function x squared plus x. So here the exponent of x is 2, and the exponent of this x is just 1. And since 2 is larger than 1, the degree of y is equal to 2. And so for like a function like x cubed plus x squared plus 1, the degree of this term right here is 0, because we can write this as 1 times x raised to the 0, since anything raised to the 0 power is just 1, so it's just 1. And then 3 here is the largest exponent, so the degree of this function y is just 3. Okay, so when we look at this function here, we see that as x approaches negative infinity all the way to the left, this function approaches negative infinity for the y value. And on this side, it also approaches negative infinity. Since as x approaches positive infinity going this way, and as x approaches negative infinity going this way, the value of y on the y-axis both approach the same negative infinity, we can tell that the degree of this graph must be even. So for example, the function y equals x squared. We've seen this many times. It's just a quadratic that looks like this. Since the degree is even, 2 is an even number, as x approaches positive infinity to the right and negative infinity to the left, the y value both approach positive infinity. And the same with the graph of y equals negative x squared. It's just x squared but flipped upside down like this. So it would look like a quadratic going this way. And as x approaches positive infinity and negative infinity, the y value still approaches the same number, negative infinity. But then for cubic functions, like y equals x cubed, we know that their graph looks something like this, right? So as x approaches positive infinity, y approaches positive infinity. But as x approaches negative infinity, y approaches negative infinity instead. So they approach two different values as x approaches infinity and negative infinity. So for cubic functions, they have an odd power. So 3 is odd and 2 is even. And since, back to this graph, we see that at both ends the graph approaches negative infinity, we know that the degree must be even. So when we look at these functions here, we see that the degree of this is odd, because if we were to distribute this out, we would get an x cubed term here, since x times x times x is x cubed, and that's odd since 3 is an odd number. So we can rule out A. And then B here, we have x times x times x squared. When we expand this out, we would get an x squared term, and then that multiplied by x and then multiplied by x again would be even. So we can't eliminate answer choice B yet. And then the same case with answer choice C. X times x times x would give us an odd degree, since we would have an x cubed term. And then here we would have an even degree, since we would have an x to the fourth term, so x times x squared times x is x to the fourth. So B and D both had even degrees. Okay, so now to choose the right answer among B and D, we can look at the x-intercepts of this graph. So here, for answer choice B, the x-intercepts occur when x is equal to 0. So when x is equal to 0, this term right here is 0. And anything multiplied with 0 is just 0. So answer choice B is saying that when x equals 0, y equals 0. And if we look at the graph, that is true. When the value of x is 0, y is equal to 0 here at the origin. And then answer choice B is saying that when x is equal to 4, y is also equal to 0. Because when x is equal to 4, 4 minus 4 here is 0, which makes the whole thing 0, since anything multiplied by 0 is 0. So when x is equal to 4, y is 0, which is true when we look at the graph. Okay, so answer choice B is looking good. And then answer choice B says that when x is equal to -5, the graph of y also equals 0. So when x is equal to -5, this becomes 0, which makes y equal to 0. And that's true when we look at the graph here. The graph crosses the x-axis at -5. So B is looking good. But if we look at D, we can see that it's slightly different. It's saying that when x is equal to 5, y is equal to 0, because 5 minus 5 is just 0. So this makes this whole thing 0. But when we look at the graph up here, at an x value of 5, y does not equal 0. Y equals some value down here. So we can rule out D. It's saying that there's an x-intercept at an x value of 5, which is incorrect when we look at the graph. So B must be correct, since it has since it passes the degree test and it has the correct x-intercepts. For x is greater than 0, the function f is defined as follows. F of x equals 201% of x. Which of the following could describe this function? Okay, so we can describe this function as f of x is equal to 201 divided by 100 times x. Since f of x is equal to 201% of x, so that's just the same as multiplying 201 over 100 times x. Since 201% is 201 over 100. And if we simplify this, this is just equal to 2.01 times x. Since taking 201% of something is the same as multiplying by 2.01. So this function describes this situation. And when we look at this function, we see that this f of x is just equal to the value of x multiplied by some constant. So if we were to graph this, it would just look like a straight linear line that passes through the x-axis. Because the slope of this line here, this line is of the form y equals mx plus b. So here m is just some constant, 2.01, and the value of b is just equal to 0, and m is just 2.01. So this describes a line, and since 2.01 is a positive number, this is an increasing line. So we can rule out the exponential functions because this equation is of the form y equals mx plus b. And we can rule out the decreasing linear function because this line is increasing since the slope is positive. So the correct answer choice is D. Function g is defined by g of x equals f of x plus 5. For what value of x does g of x reach its minimum? So we have f of x here, but we also know that g of x is equal to f of x plus 5. So that means that g of x is equal to f of x plus 5, and f of x plus 5 is just equal to f of x, but x will be replaced by x plus 5. So we can write this as f of x plus 5 equals 4 times x plus 5 squared plus 64 times x plus 5 plus 262. So what we did was take x plus 5 and just plug that quantity into all of the occurrences of x in the f of x equation. So that gives us f of x plus 5, which we know is equal to g of x. So now that we have a formula for the equation of g of x, we can use this to find where g of x reaches its minimum. So we can just use the graphing utility in the test, the Desmos graphing calculator. So here I've just plugged in g of x, which is just 4 times x plus 5 squared plus 64 times x plus 5 plus 262. So it's just this function we found here when we plugged in the value of x plus 5 into f of x, which is just g of x. And then we can just look at this green quadratic here, and click on the bottom point here, And Desmos tells us that the minimum value of this green quadratic occurs at negative 13x. So the x value here is just negative 13. So this coordinate here is an xy coordinate. So x equals negative 13 at the minimum of g of x. This graph is g of x, and this right here is the minimum. So the correct answer choice is A, negative 13. The table shows the results of a poll. A total of 803 voters selected at random were asked which candidate they would vote for in the upcoming election. According to the poll, if 6,424 people vote in the election, by how many votes would Angel Cruz be expected to win? Okay, so let's find out how much these two candidates would earn in this election of 6,424 people using the poll that only had 803 voters. So Angel got 483 votes. 483 votes out of the 803 votes in the poll. So this, if we get out our calculator, so 483 divided by 803 is equal to 60%. So 60%. So you actually get 0.601, but if you multiply that by 100, it converts this decimal into a percentage. So Angel got 60% of the votes in the poll, which means that Terry must have gotten 40%. And we can check that by dividing 320 divided by 803. And yeah, that's 0.398, which rounds to about 40%. So if Angel got 60% of the vote and Terry got 40% of the vote in the small poll, then we can use that same information to see how much they would earn realistically in the much larger election. So for Angel, he would earn around 60% of 4,624. So 0.60 times 6,424 is equal to, if we get out our calculator again, so 0.60 times 6,424 is equal to 3,854. So 3,854. So that's how many people would vote for Angel if he earned 60% of the vote. And then Terry would earn about 40% of the vote. So 0.40 times 6,424 is equal to 0.40 times 6,424 is equal to 2,569. So 2,569. So using the percentages from the poll, 60% for Angel and 40% for Terry, we use that information to see how much they would earn in a much larger election. So Angel would still get 60%, but of a much larger number. So he would earn this much votes, 3,854. And since Terry earned 40%, 40% of 6,424 is just 2,569. So, but the question asks us how many votes would Angel Cruz be expected to win by? So we would just have to subtract this number from the amount of votes Angel got. So 3,854 minus 2,569. If we plug that into our calculator, 3,854 minus 2,569 is equal to 1,285. So 1,285. Now, because we did some rounding with our percentages, our answer does not exactly appear as one of the answer choices, but it is very close to answer choice B, 1,304. So the correct answer is B. In the given system of equations, A is a constant. The graphs of the equations in the given system intersect at exactly one point in the xy plane. What is the value of x? Okay, so we have this quadratic, and then we have this linear function. So if we were to graph these, we would have some kind of quadratic, and then, let's draw this in a different color, a line, and this line would intersect the quadratic at exactly one point. So here, I guess it would look something like this. So we need to find the x value of that point of intersection. But normally we would just plug this y value into this quadratic and then solve for x. But we have this extra variable here, this value a, which we need to solve. So we'll still do the same thing. We'll plug in y is equal to 3x plus a into this equation, and then use the fact that the systems intersected at only one point to solve for the value of a. So first, let's plug in y equals 3x plus a into here. So we'll get 3x plus a. Actually, let's write this up here. So 3x plus a equals 2x squared minus 21x plus 64. So really, this is just this equation here is this equation up here, the quadratic, but we know that y equals 3x plus a, so we just plug that in. So then let's move these to the other side by subtracting negative 3x minus a from both sides. So we'll be left with 0 on this side, since everything cancels out. And on this side, we'll just be left with 2x squared minus 24x plus 64 minus a. Okay, so then now that we have this quadratic, we can use the fact that they intersect at only one point. So since they intersect at only one point, the solution x of this quadratic, there can only be one value of x that satisfies this equation. Because if there were two values of x, then that would mean that the parabola and the line intersect at 2 points. But the problem statement says they intersect at only one point. So there must only be one solution to this quadratic. And we know that a quadratic only has one solution when the discriminant equals 0. And the discriminant of a quadratic is equal to b squared minus 4ac. And that must equal 0, where b is the value of the x term, the degree 1 term. So here that's negative 24. So negative 24 squared, and then minus 4. A is the coefficient of the x squared term, so 2. And c is the constant. So here, the constant is 64 minus a. Since a is some constant, 64 minus a is also some constant. So 64 minus a is the constant. And this whole thing equals 0. Because when the discriminant, that's this right here, the discriminant equals 0, that means that the quadratic has one solution. Okay, so let's use our calculator and expand this out. So we have negative 24. So negative 24 squared is equal to 576. And then negative 4 times 2 times 64 is equal to 4 times 2 times 64. And this quantity will be negative since there's one negative sign. So 512. And then negative 4 times 2 times negative a, that'll be positive since there's two negative signs. That'll be 8a is equal to 0. So 576 minus 512 is equal to 64. So 64 plus 8a is equal to 0. And then we can move the 64 to the other side by subtracting both sides by 64. So we'll get 8a is equal to negative 64. So a is equal to negative 8. But be careful, that's not what they were asking us. They were asking us for the value of x. But now that we have the value of a, we can solve for x. So now this function is y equals 3x minus 8. And we need to find out where this function intersects with this function. And we know that these two will only intersect at one xy value because we solved for the value of a using the fact that the discriminant is 0, meaning that the quadratic only had one solution. So we can plug in y equals 3x minus 8 into this function. So y is equal to 3x minus 8, which is also equal to 2x squared minus 21x plus 64. Okay, so let's move the 3x and the negative 8 to the other side. So we'll have 0 on this side. 2x squared remains. Negative 2x minus 3x is equal to negative 24x. And then 64 plus 8 is equal to 72. So we can divide both sides of this equation by 2. So 0 divided by 2 is still just 0. And then 2x squared divided by 2 is x squared. Negative 24x divided by 2 is negative 12x. And then 72 divided by 2 is just 36. Okay, so this quadratic, we can easily just factor it to be x minus 6 times x minus 6. So if we were to expand this out, we would get back to this function here. And this tells us that x is equal to 6. Because when x is equal to 6, we get, in both of these parentheses, we get 6 minus 6, which is 0. So x has to equal 6. So at an x value of 6, these two functions intersect. The solution to the given system of equations is xy. What is the value of y? Okay, so we have these two equations, and we need to find a value of x and y that satisfies both of them. So from the first equation, 3x equals 12, we can solve for the value of x. So we can divide both sides by 3. So on the left, we'll just get 1x is equal to 12 over 3, which is just 4. So the value of x is 4. And we can plug that into the second equation to solve for y. So in the second equation, negative 3 times 4, the value of x is just 4 now, plus y, which is what we're going to solve for, and it equals negative 6. So negative 3 times 4 is negative 12, plus y equals negative 6. So then to isolate for the value of y, we can add 12 to both sides, which will cancel out the 12 here and just add a 12 to the right side. So y equals negative 6 plus 12, which is 6. So the value of y is equal to 6, which is answer choice B. Which expression is equivalent to 11x cubed minus 5x cubed. So we have this expression, 11x cubed minus 5x cubed. And we can simplify this down by noticing that these are like terms, since they both have an x cubed term. So we can combine like terms by just adding or subtracting the coefficients. So here we can just do 11 minus 5. So 11 minus 5 is 6, and we just keep the x cubed term. So 11x cubed minus 5x cubed is just 6x cubed, which is answer choice B. How many solutions does the given equation have? So we have this equation 66x equals 66x. So we can simplify this equation by just dividing both sides by 66. And when we do that, we get that 1x is equal to 1x. So just by looking at this equation, we can see that no matter what value we plug in for x, like 1 or 100 or 20, both sides of the equation will always be equal. So no matter what value we give to x, this equation will always be true. And there are infinitely many values that we can insert into x. So this equation has infinitely many solutions, since we can put in any value and the equation will be true. So C is the correct answer. A proposal for a new library was included on an election ballot. A radio show stated that 3 times as many people voted in favor of the proposal as people who voted against it. A social media post reported that 15,000 more people voted in favor of the proposal than voted against it. Based on these data, how many people voted against the proposal? So let's say that X number of people is the number of people who voted against the proposal. And that would mean that 3x, so 3 times x, is the number of people who voted for the proposal. We can see that they stated that in the problem here, that 3 times as many people voted in favor than those who voted against. So that would mean the quantity 3x minus x would equal how many more people voted for the proposal than those that voted against. And the problem states that the number of people that voted in favor was 15,000 more than those who voted against. So 2x has to equal 15,000. Since subtracting those who voted against from those who voted for tells us how much more those who voted for the proposal were than those who voted against. So then we can just solve for the value of x here, so 15,000 divided by 2 is just 7,500. So the value of x is 7,500. And we up here made x equal to the number of people who voted against. So the question asks us for the number of people who voted against, which is just the value of x. So 7,500 is the answer, which is answer choice A. Caleb used juice to make popsicles. The function f of x equals negative 50x plus 30 approximates the volume in fluid ounces of juice Caleb had remaining after making x popsicles. Which statement is the best interpretation of the y-intercept of the graph of y equals f of x in the xy plane in this context? So let's draw a sketch of this function. So on the x-axis, we'll put number of popsicles. And on the y-axis, we'll put the amount of juice left. So this will be x and this will be y. And this function looks something like this. It's a downward sloping function since the slope is -5 here, which is a negative number, and the y-intercept will be at y equals 30 on the y-axis up here. So this graph basically tells us that every time that Caleb makes a popsicle, the amount of juice remaining decreases. And the y-intercept, which is the value of the amount of juice at x equals 0, and here x is the number of popsicles. So when Caleb has not made any popsicles yet, the amount of juice left is the y-intercept. So the y-intercept of this graph is 30, which means that when 0 popsicles have been made, Caleb has 30 fluid ounces of juice remaining, which means that he initially started with 30 ounces. So the y-intercept is how much juice that Caleb had initially, before he made any popsicles, which is answer choice C. An angle has a measure of 16 pi divided by 15 radians. What is the measure of the angle in degrees? Okay, so we have an angle that measures 16 pi by 15 in radians. And we want to convert that to degrees. So we know that there are 180 degrees in 1 pi radian. So if we multiply these two quantities together, we can see that the radians here would cancel out, and we would be left with a units of degrees in our answer. So we just simply need to multiply the angle in radians by the quantity that 180 degrees are in 1 pi radian. So when we multiply these two together, the radians will cancel out, and we will be left with 192 degrees. The pi's here also cancel out, so all you need to put into your calculator is 16 times 180 divided by 15. So the answer is 192 degrees. Which point xy is a solution to the given system of inequalities in the xy plane? So we have these two inequalities, and we need to see which of these points satisfies these two inequalities, which really just means when we plug in x and y from any of these points, it should satisfy both equations, which means that both sides should be true. Okay, so let's first try answer choice A. So answer choice A says that x is equal to -14 and y is 0. So we'll just plug those into these equations. So in the first equation, y is 0. It is less than x, which is -14, plus 7. And we can simplify that to 0 is less than or equal to -7. Which is not true because 0 is greater than -7. So we can immediately rule out answer choice A, because the point -14, 0 does not satisfy the first equation. After plugging in -14, 0 into the first equation, we get an incorrect final inequality. So let's try answer choice B, which says that x is 0 and that y is -14. So for the first equation, answer choice B says that negative 14 is less than or equal to 0 plus 7, which is true. Negative 14 is less than or equal to 7. But now let's plug answer choice B into the second equation. So the second equation says that negative 14 is greater than or equal to 2 times x, which is 0, negative 2 times 0 minus 1, which simplifies to negative 14 is greater than or equal to negative 1, which is incorrect. Negative 14 is a larger negative number than negative 1, which means negative 14 is actually smaller than negative 1. So we can rule out answer choice B as well, since it does not satisfy the second equation. Okay, and then answer choice C says that x is 0 and that y is 14. If we plug that into the first equation, it will say 14 is less than or equal to 0 plus 7. And that is incorrect because 14 is a larger number than 7, not a smaller or equal to number to 7. So answer choice C does not satisfy the first equation, so we can rule it out. And then answer choice D says that x is equal to 14 and y is equal to 0. So when we plug that into the first equation, we will get 0 is less than or equal to 14 plus 7, which is true. 0 is less than 21. And then when we plug in answer choice D into the second equation, we will get 0 is greater than or equal to negative 2 times 14 minus 1, which simplifies to 0 is greater than or equal to negative 28 minus 1, which is just 0 is greater than or equal to negative 29, which is true because negative 29 is a negative number, so 0 is greater than negative 29. So since answer choice D, which is 14 comma 0, these x and y values satisfy both of these equations, meaning that they result in final inequalities that are both accurate. 0 is greater than or less than negative 29, and 0 is less than or equal to 21, then answer choice D is correct. A right triangle has legs with lengths of 24 centimeters and 21 centimeters. If the length of this triangle's hypotenuse in centimeters can be written in the form 3 times square root of d, where d is an integer, what is the value of d? So we have this right triangle whose legs have a length of 24 centimeters and 21 centimeters. And the hypotenuse can be written in the form 3 times square root of d. So we can solve for the hypotenuse of this triangle by using Pythagorean's theorem that a squared plus b squared equals c squared, where we can make 24a and 21b the lengths of the two legs, and then c is the hypotenuse. So we'll just solve for the value of c. Okay, so a is 24 squared plus b, which is 21 squared, and then this will equal c squared. So then to solve for the value of c, we can take the square root of both sides. So when we take the square root of c squared, we're left with just c, and then the square root of 24 squared plus 21 squared. So if you put in your calculator 24 squared plus 21 squared, you'll get 1017. So the square root of that is equal to c. We can simplify down this square root to 9 times 113, since 9 times 113 is equal to 1017. And since this is a square root, the square root of 9 is just equal to 3. So this we can simplify to square root 3, and the 113 will remain inside. So now we've written c, which was the hypotenuse of the triangle, in the form of 3 times the square root of something. And the problem tells us that something in the square root is equal to d. So the value of d is equal to 113. So 113 is the answer. Dataset A and dataset B each contain 27 values. The table shows the frequencies of the values for each dataset. Which of the following statements best compares the means of the two datasets? So we have this table here that shows us the values, which are 30, 34, 38, 42, and 46, and then the frequency for each dataset. So here, this 2 says that dataset A has 2 30s in it, and that dataset B here, the 9 says that dataset B has 9 occurrences of the value 30. So if we were to list out the values in dataset A, it would look something like this. So first we would have 2 30s, so 30 and 30, and then we would have 4 34s, since it says the frequency or the amount of times that something occurs. So 34, the value 34 has 4 occurrences, so 34, 34, 34, and 34. And we would just go on and on until we get through all the values. So to find the mean of this data set, instead of adding up all these numbers together, we can just multiply the value times its frequency, which tells us how many times it occurs, to find, and then we can divide that by the total number of values, which is 27, to get the mean. So the mean for data set A would look something like this. 2 times 30, so 2 is the frequency and 30 is the value. And since 30 occurs 2 times, we multiply by 2, and then we can add 4 times 34, and then 5 times 38, plus 7 times 42, plus 9 times 46. So if we were to put this into our calculator, we would get a value of 1094. And then we can divide this 1094 by 27, since there are 27 values in the dataset A, to get the mean. So the numerator here, 1094, is like all the values added together, and then the denominator here is the number of values, which is the formula for the mean of a data set. So if we put this into our calculator, 1094 divided by 27 equals about 40.5. Okay, and then the mean for data set B, we would do a similar process. So we would multiply the frequency by the value and add all those together to get the numerator, and then the denominator will be 27 again, since there are 27 total values. So we would do 9 times 30 plus 7 times 34 plus 5 times 38 plus 4 times 42 plus 2 times 46. And if we add all that together, we get 958. So then 958 divided by 27, if we put that into our calculator, 958 divided by 27 is equal to about 35.48. So now we can see that the mean of dataset A, which is 40.5, is greater than the mean for dataset B, which is 35.48. So the answer choice that says that is dataset A, or answer choice A, says that the mean of dataset A is greater than the mean of dataset B. So A is the correct answer. Triangle XYZ is similar to triangle RST, such that X, Y, and Z correspond to R, S, and T, respectively. The measure of angle Z is 20 degrees, and 2 times XY equals RS. What is the measure of angle T? So we have two triangles here that are similar. So triangle X, Y, and Z, and then triangle R, S, T. And we are given that the measure of angle Z is 20 degrees, and that the length from XY, 2 times that, is equal to RS. So say that say that the distance from XY is the value, so let's say V, then that means the distance from R to S is 1/2 of V. Okay, and we need to find the measure of angle T. So we can actually just stop here and realize that since both of these triangles are similar, then by the angle theorem, all three angles in one triangle must be congruent to the angles in the other triangle, since they are similar triangles. And since angle Z corresponds to angle T, angle Z and angle T must have the same angle. Since Z is 20 degrees, then angle T must also be 20 degrees. So C is the correct answer. Keenan made 32 cups of vegetable broth. Keenan then filled X small jars and Y large jars with all the vegetable broth he made. The equation 3x plus 5y equals 32 represents this situation. What is the best interpretation of 5y in this context? So we have this equation, 3x plus 5y equals 32, and this represents our situation. So 32 here is the total number of cups of vegetable broth. And since this equation equals 32, this side of the equation must also equal 32. And in the context of this situation, this side should represent the total number of cups of vegetable broth. So X here is the number of small jars, while Y is the number of large jars. And multiplying 3 with the number of small jars here gives us the total number of cups in small jars. And then multiplying 5 with Y gives us the total number of cups of vegetable broth in large jars. So in this case, 5y, the quantity, tells us the total number of cups that are being kept in large jars. And when we add that with the total number of cups being kept in small jars, that will give us the total number of cups because all the cups are either in small or large jars, and the quantity 5y tells us how many of those cups are in the large jars. So answer's choice C is the correct answer. What is the sum of the solutions to the given equation? So we have this equation here, and we need to find values of x that satisfy this equation, which really means we need to find values of x that when we plug in, both sides of the equation will stay equal. So we can solve this by first moving everything to one side. And before we do that, we need to expand out this parentheses here by distributing the x. So x times x is x squared. X times 1 is x. And then minus 56, which equals, so 4x times x is 4x squared. 4x times negative 7 is negative 28x. So to move everything from the left side to the right side, we can subtract negative x squared, subtract x, and add 56 to both sides, which will cancel out these terms here and move them to the right. So on the left side, we'll be left with 0. And then on the right side, we'll have 4x squared minus x squared, which is 3x squared. Negative 28x minus x, which is negative 29x. And then we'll have a positive 56 on this side. Okay, so now we need to factor this quadratic, but this doesn't seem to be factorable by grouping, so we should use the quadratic formula instead. So the quadratic formula goes like this. So, okay, let me write the formula up here. X equals negative b plus minus square root of b squared minus 4ac, all over 2a. And these constants here, a, b, and c, come from a quadratic equation of the form 0 equals ax squared plus bx plus c. So in this case, a is 3, b is negative 29, and c is 56. Okay, so let's plug these values of a, b, and c into the quadratic formula. So negative b, so negative 29 is just 29, plus minus square root b squared. So if we get out our calculator, so 29 squared is equal to 29 times 29 is equal to 841. And then we have to subtract 4 times AC. So that will be negative 4 times 3 times 56. And that will be all over 2a. So a is 3, so 2 times 3 is 6. Okay, so we can simplify this down by solving this multiplication here. So 29 plus minus square root 841 minus, let's get our calculator back out, so 4 times 3 times 56 is 672. So 672 all over 6. Okay, so now we can just plug this into our calculators, and we should get two values of x because there's a plus minus here. So our first value of x will be 7, and the other value of x will be 2.666, or 2.667 if you round. So these are the two values of x we'll get when we plug this expression into our calculator. One with a positive sign here, and then one other one with a negative sign here. And the question here asks us for the sum of the solutions. So we have two solutions here, and we just need to add these two together. So when we add 7 with 2.667, we'll just get 9.667. So the sum of the two solutions to this equation is 9.667. The function f of x equals 1/9 times the quantity x minus 7 whole squared plus 3 gives a metal ball's height above the ground. F of x in inches, x seconds after it started moving on the track, where x is greater than or equal to 0 and less than or equal to 10. Which of the following is the best interpretation of the vertex of the graph of y equals f of x in the xy plane? So we have this function here, f of x, that gives us the height of the ball above the ground as a function of x, the number of seconds after it has started moving on a track. So we can graph this function in our graphing utility, and it will look like this parabola. So we graph the function of y equals f of x as a function of x, this number of seconds. So the x-axis will tell us how many seconds have passed, and the y-axis tells us the height of the ball. And from the problem statement, it tells us that x is only valid between 0 and 10. So we're only going to care about the parts of the graph between x values of 0 and 10. So this means at an x value of 0, the function here has a y value of 10, or this y value right here. So the ball starts with this certain height, and we can see from the parabola that this height starts decreasing as x increases. So it's initially a decreasing function. And the height here decreases until we get to the vertex. So at x equals 7 seconds, we reach this vertex here. And here the height is 3. And after 7 seconds, the function's height here starts increasing again, which means that at the vertex here, we reach the minimum height of 3. So after 7 seconds of the ball rolling on this track, we reach the vertex, which we can see from this parabola here that it's the minimum height of the function. So after 7 seconds of rolling, the ball reaches its minimum height at the vertex. So we can use that to answer the question of how to interpret the vertex. So after 7 seconds, the ball reaches its minimum height at the vertex, which is what answer choice A says here, that the ball's minimum height was 3 inches above the ground. The function f gives the temperature in degrees Fahrenheit that corresponds to a temperature of x kelvins. If a temperature increased by 2.1 kelvins, by how much did the temperature increase in degrees Fahrenheit? So we have this function f that gives us the temperature in Fahrenheit as a function of the temperature in Kelvin, x. And the question is asking us how much would f of x increase if x increased by 2.1 kelvins. So we can distribute out this 9/5 to these two terms. So this new function, f of x, would look like 9/5 times x minus 9/5 times 273.15, and then the plus 32. But we only care about what's going on with this term, because this x is our independent variable, which means its coefficient is the slope of this line. So when we increase x by 1, the value of f of x increases by 9/5. So in this case, if we're increasing x by 2.1 kelvins, then that means the value of f of x would just increase by 9/5 times 2.1. So this would be the change in f of x after a 2.1 increase in x. So if you multiply this out, using a calculator, you would just get 3.78, which is answer choice A. The table gives the coordinates of 2 points on a line in the xy plane. The y-intercept of the line is k minus 5, comma b, where k and b are constants. What is the value of b? Okay, so we have this table that gives us 2 points, k, comma 13, and k plus 7, comma negative 15, that are on a line. We'll say this line is y equals mx plus b. And here, this b in the y-intercept is also this b here, since the b term in the y equals mx plus b is the y-intercept, the value of y at the y-intercept, and here b is also the value of y at the y-intercept. So since the y-intercept is at k minus 5, comma b, and we know that at the y-intercept, the value of x, the x coordinate, is always 0. So k minus 5 has to equal 0, which means that k equals 5. Okay, now that we know the value of k, we can turn these coordinates into coordinates with just numbers instead of k. So the first one becomes 5, comma 13, and the second one becomes 7 plus 5, which is 12, comma negative 15. So now we have these 2 points on the line, and we can easily just solve for all the components of the line. So to find the slope, we can just find the rise over run between these 2 points. So we can do 13 minus negative 15 to find the change in y, divide that by the change in x, 5 minus 12, which will give us 13 minus negative 15 is just 13 plus 15, which is 28. And then 5 minus 12 is negative 7. So the slope, or our m value, is negative 4. Now that we have the slope, we can just plug in a point, like 5, comma 13, to solve for b. So our current equation looks like y equals negative 4x plus b. But let's plug in the point 5, comma 13. So this will give us an x and a y value. So our y will be 13, and then our x will be 5. So 4 times 5. And then we'll solve for the value of b, which will give us the y-intercept. So 13 equals negative 4 times 5, which is negative 20, plus b. So that means if we move this negative 20 to the other side, b equals 33. So this is the y value of the y-intercept of this function. So the value of b is 33. So that's the answer. One of the factors of 2x cubed plus 42x squared plus 208x is x plus b, where b is a positive constant. What is the smallest possible value of b? Okay, so we need to factor this expression here. So let's find some factors. So let's take out a 2x common out, since all of these terms have a 2x in them. So the first term will become just x squared. The second term will become 21x, and the third term will become 104. This will just give back the original equation, but we factored out a 2x. Okay, so in here, this looks like a quadratic. And we can just factor this by grouping. So we'll just factor this alone. So we need to split this middle term into 2 terms whose coefficients, when multiplied together, will equal 104. So those 2 numbers are 8 and 13. So we'll split 21x into 8x plus 13x, which equals 21x. But now the coefficient of the x terms, 8 and 13, when multiplied together, equal 1 times 104. And this splitting of the x term will allow us to factor by grouping. Here, you'll see it here. When we factor out an x from these first two terms, we'll be left with x plus 8. And then we can factor out a 13 from these two terms. So when we factor out a 13, the first term is just x, and the second term will be an 8. Okay, now we see that this x plus 8 quantity is common to both of these terms. So we can factor this 8x plus 8 from both. So when we do that, let's go up here. We'll be left with an x plus 8 on the outside, and then we'll be multiplying x plus 8 with an x and a 13. So x plus 13. Okay, so then let's plug this factored expression back into our original equation, our expression. So we'll have 2x times x plus 8 plus, and then x plus 13. So this is completely factored form of our original expression up here. Okay, and we need to find factors that are of the form x plus b. So x plus some constant. So only these two are of the form x plus some constant. Here, this is x plus 8, and this is x plus 13. This factor here is just a constant being multiplied with x. It's not of the form x plus b, so we won't consider this one. So here we have x plus 8 as a factor and x plus 13. And the question asked us for the smallest possible value of b. So b can either be 8 or b can either be 13. But we need the smallest possible value of b, so we'll choose 8 as our answer. So the answer is 8 for the smallest possible value of b. Function f is defined by f of x equals 7x minus 84. What is the x-intercept of the graph of y equals f of x in the xy plane? Okay, so we have this. Let's draw a quick little graph of what this function looks like. So this is our xy plane, and this function is a line with a positive slope and a y-intercept of negative 84. So the line begins way down here at a y value of negative 84, and it's a linear increasing line. So the slope is positive. And we need to find the x-intercept, which is where the line crosses the x-axis. And we need to know the x value of that, so the x-coordinate of the point that it crosses the x-axis. These are the axes. So the x-intercept occurs always when the y value is 0. And we have this function here, so we can just plug in 0 for y, or f of x, and solve for the value of x when y is 0. So when y is 0, this f of x, since y equals f of x, becomes 0. And that equals 7x minus 84. And we'll solve for the value of x to see the value of x that this function has when y is 0. That'll give us the x-intercept. So we'll move this 84 to the other side by adding 84 to both sides. So we'll have 84 equals 7x. And then we'll divide both sides by 7. And when we divide both sides by 7, this will just become a 1x. And we'll see that the value of x is equal to 84 over 7, which if you put in your calculator, or if you know your tables, is just 12. So the value of the x-coordinate at the x-intercept is 12. So the coordinate of this point is an x value of 12, and y is just 0, since y is always 0 on the x-axis. So the correct answer choice is D. Certain park has an area of 11,863,808 square yards. What is the area in square miles of this park? and 1 mile is equal to 1,760 yards. So the area of this park is this large number in yards, and we need to convert that into square miles. So we know that 1 mile equals 1,760 yards. So if we have, like, say, a square, and it's 1 mile on each side, that means that it's also 1,760 yards on each side. So each of the sides is 1,760 yards. And if this is just 1 square mile, then that means that 1 square mile is equal to 1,760 times 1,760 yards. So if we do 1,760 times 1,760, we get, let's put that into our calculator, 1760 times 1760. So that's 3,097,600 yards, square yards. So that's equal to 1 square mile. And since we're given that 11,863,808 square yards is the area, if we multiply that with 1 square mile divided by 3,097,600 square yards, then the square yards here will cancel out and we'll be left with units of square miles. So when we divide 11,863,808 by the number of square yards in 1 mile, we'll get a value of 3.83 if we plug that into our calculator. So this will equal 3.83. And that will be in units of square miles, which is answer choice B. One gallon of paint will cover 220 square feet of a surface. A room has a total wall area of W square feet. Which equation represents the total amount of paint P in gallons needed to paint the walls of the room twice? So we have a wall, and its area is W square feet. And we need to paint this wall twice. So that means the total amount of area we have to cover is 2W. And the amount of paint needed to cover any amount of area, we just need to divide the area by 220 square feet. Because dividing the area that we need to paint by 220 feet will give us the number of gallons we need to cover that area. And the amount of gallons we need to paint the wall twice will be equal to P. So this equation here represents the scenario where 2W is the total area we need to cover, 220 is the total amount of square feet that 1 gallon would cover. So 2W divided by 220 will give us the total amount of gallons of paint we need, which is P. So we can just simplify this down. So 2 divided by 220 can be simplified to 1 over 110. So P equals W over 110, which is answer choice A. In the given system of equations, R is a constant. If the system has no solution, what is the value of R? So we have these two lines right here. We'll call them equation 1 and equation 2. And we need to find a value of r such that this system of equation has no solution. And a system of equation of two lines has no solution when the lines are distinct and parallel. So say this line is line 1 and this one is line 2 on the xy plane. These lines here, they're parallel and they're distinct, meaning that their y-intercepts are different. So these two lines will never intersect, which means they have no solution. So we need to make sure that these two lines, after we plug in the value of r, we need to find a value of r such that the slopes are different on these two lines so that they never intersect, meaning this so that there's no solution. So the first equation we have, let's write it in the form y equals mx plus b. So we can do that by moving this 48x to the other side. So we'll be left with negative 72y equals negative 48x plus 30y plus 24. So we just subtracted negative 48x from both sides. And then let's move the 30y to the other side by subtracting 30y from both sides. So on the left, we'll be left with 102y equals negative 48x plus 24. And then let's get y alone. So let's divide both sides by negative 102. So on the left, we'll be left with just y. Then we'll have a negative 48 over a negative 102x, and then 24 over negative 102. Okay, so now we have the first equation, equation 1, in the form y equals mx plus b. So this is in the form y equals mx plus b. M is negative 48 over negative 102, and b is 24 over negative 102. So now let's write the second equation in terms of, in the form y equals mx plus b. So we have ry equals 1/6 minus 16x. So let's divide both sides by r so that we get y isolated. So when we do that, the left-hand side will just have a y, and then this will be 1 over 6r minus 16 over r times x. Okay, so now we have this equation in the form y equals mx plus b as well. The m this time is just negative. And in order for these two equations to have no solution, they need to be parallel, which means the slopes need to be the same. So the slope of the first equation is 48 over 102. The negative divided by negative is just a positive. And that needs to be equal to the slope of the second equation, which is negative 16 over r. So now we can just solve for the value of r. So we can cross multiply. So multiplying the corners. So 48r equals negative 16 times 102. So that means 48r equals, if we get out our calculator, 16 times 102 is 1,632. And this will be negative since the 16 was negative. And then we can divide both sides by 48 to find the value of r. So 1,632 divided by 48 is equal to 34. And this will be negative since the 1,632 was negative. So negative 34. So for an r value of negative 34, these two equations have no solution because they will be distinct and parallel lines. Negative 34. We know they're distinct because 1 over 6 times negative 34 is not equal to 24 over negative 102. So that means that they have different y-intercepts, but the slopes, when we plug in a value of negative 34 as r, the slopes will be the same. So they'll be parallel lines. So r equals negative 34. In the given equation, c is a positive constant. Which of the following is one of the solutions to the given equation? So we have this equation here, and we need to find the value of x. So what x equals to. So we need to isolate for x. And we can do that by moving all the x terms to one side. So we'll move this term here to the other side with the other x's by subtracting this from both sides. So on the left, we'll have x squared over square root x squared minus c squared minus c squared over square root x squared minus c squared. So we just move this to the other side by subtracting it from both sides. So when we subtract this from the left, we'll just have this but negative, and on the right, this term minus itself will just cancel out, so we'll only have a 39 left on the right side. Now, since these two have the same denominator, we can add these fractions together, and the second fraction is negative, so we'll just subtract c squared from x squared. So we'll be left with x squared minus c squared all over the square root of x squared minus c squared. And this will all still equal 39. Okay, now let's get rid of this square root in the denominator, and we can do that by squaring both sides. So we'll square this and we'll square this. Since we're squaring both sides, this equation still remains true. Okay, so x squared minus c squared whole squared. This is the same as just writing x squared minus c squared times x minus c squared, since that's what an exponent of 2 does. You just multiply the term by itself, and that will be divided by just x squared minus c squared. Since squaring a square root cancels it out, so we'll just be left with what's inside. Okay, so that gets rid of the square root, since a square root squared cancels out. And then this will all still be equal to 39 squared. Okay, now we can see that the denominator is x squared minus c squared, and both of these terms are x squared minus c squared. So we can cancel out one of the x squared minus c squared on the top with the denominator. So x squared minus c squared over x squared minus c squared is just 1. So, and then anything multiplied by 1 doesn't change it, so we'll just still have x squared minus c squared equals 39 squared. So because the denominator was equal to one of the terms in the numerator, we can just cancel it out. So now that we have x squared minus c squared equals 39 squared, let's isolate x by moving the c squared to the other side. So we'll add a c squared to both sides. This will cancel out the c squared here. So we'll have an x squared on the left, and then we'll have a positive c squared on the right. So c squared plus 39 squared. And then let's take the square root of both sides to get rid of this square, since the square root of a square is just the term that's inside. So we'll have x equals c squared plus 39 squared square rooted. Okay, and since this is a square root, this number here is actually a positive or a negative. Both are solutions. So positive square root c squared plus 39 squared is a solution, and negative square root c squared plus 39 squared is a solution. That's why the problem statement here said give one of the solutions to the given equation, since there are two solutions. One is positive, one is negative. Okay, and of all the answer choices, the only one that shows one of the solutions is answer choice D, because this right here shows the negative solution, and we still have the square root c squared plus 39 squared, but it shows us the negative solution of the square root. So D is the answer. In the given quadratic function, a and c are constants, The graph of y equals f of x in the xy plane is a parabola that opens upward and has a vertex at the point hk, where h and k are constants. If k is less than 0 and f of negative 9 equals f of 3, which of the following must be true? Okay, so we have this parabola here, and we are told that this parabola opens upwards. So, which means the vertex of this parabola is the minimum, and this parabola opens upward. So it'll look something like this. Okay, and we're also told that k, which is the y-coordinate of the vertex, is less than 0, which means the vertex should be somewhere down where the y-axis in the negative y-axis. And f of negative 9 equals f of 3. Okay, this should tell us the x-coordinate of the vertex. So what this is saying is that our parabola on the xy plane, say it looks something like this, it's telling us that at an x-coordinate of negative 9 and an x-coordinate of 3, the function, say these 2 points, have the same y value. The value of f of x at negative 9 and 3 is the same. And a parabola has a property that for equal y values at 2 points on a parabola, they are equidistant from the vertex of the parabola. That means an x value of negative 9 is on the parabola is equidistant from the vertex. So the distance from the vertex, the horizontal distance to negative 9, is the same as the distance from the vertex to 3. And the value that is in between negative 9 and 3 is negative 3. So that means the vertex of this graph is at an x value of negative 3. And h is equal to the x-coordinate of the vertex. That means h is equal to negative 3. So that's the vertex of the graph. And we can write the formula for a quadratic in vertex form. So vertex form looks like this. So we have a x minus h whole squared plus b. So that's the vertex form of a graph. This b can be the k value, where h and k are the vertices are the coordinates of the vertex of the graph. So we know that f of x equals a times x. So h here is equal to negative 3. So this becomes a positive 3 whole squared plus k. Okay, so now let's expand out this square term. So this will become a times x squared plus 6ax plus 9a plus k. Okay, and then we can see that the ax squared is still there, and that this term right here is the coefficient. The 6a is the coefficient of the x term. And we know from the formula that they gave us that the coefficient of the x term is 4. So that means 6a has to equal 4. So this will give us the value of a. So that means a is equal to 2 over 3. Okay, and then we can also find some more information. So here, 9a, a is just a constant, so 9a is just a constant, and k is just a constant. That's just the y value of the vertex. And 9a plus k should equal c, because c is the sum of all constants in the original equation. So 9a plus k has to equal c, because this quadratic is the same as this one. We just wrote it in vertex form. So 9a plus k equals c. So then let's plug in the value of a equals 2/3 into this equation. So 9 times 2/3 is just equal to 6, then plus k is equal to c. So this means that k is equal to c minus 6. Okay, and we knew that k is less than 0. So for k to be less than 0, we need to choose a c value accordingly so that k is less than 0. And really, c needs to be any value that is less than -6. Or not less than -6, just less than 6. Because at a c value of 6, 6 minus 6 is 0. So anything less than 6, say 5, 5 minus 6 is -1. This makes k less than 0. So anything less than 6 will give us a k value that is less than 0, which means c needs to be anything less than 6. Okay, but values less than 6 can either be positive or negative. They can be values, say, 4 or -10. Both of them still work. So this means that c can be either positive or negative. So that means we can rule out this answer A here. Because answer A is saying that c is always less than 0, which means c is always negative. But we can see here that c can be positive numbers, like 4. So c can be anything less than 6, so it can be equal to some positive numbers. So we can rule out answer A here, or the first answer. And then the second answer is saying that A has to be greater than or equal to 1. But we found that A is equal to 2/3, which is less than 1. So we can rule out the second answer choice here. So none of these were true, which means that neither 1 or 2 are correct. So the correct answer is answer choice D.